Botrix has correctly joined the channel.
very like that. With like very low opportunity, very poor schools are very low ratings, but it's much lower. When you're in that environment, you have the whole system up against you, right? So, when you say in that kind of circumstance, when you're facing the whole, I guess, leviathan of systemic racism, so would you say that's, sorry, let me just finish you. Would you say it's fair to, for example, lower the standard because knowing that their circumstances were like that, perhaps based on what they had was presented to them, they had the correct amount of merit to get into a school.
Okay, so are you a student here? Because you.
Oh yeah, I'm a student.
Are you a pretty good student?
Oh yeah, I would say I'm a good student. I have a pretty high GPA.
Okay. Can you give your GPA to her because she's a woman of color, please?
Oh, you want me to give you a? I mean, I can.
Would you be willing to do that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So you be good. You with that?
Yeah, I'm fine. Wait.
I want you.
Like, tell her or like.
No, my force.
Let her swap
So let me tell you what I'm gonna do. My force, white man.
Okay.
I'm gonna take your GPA. I'm gonna give it to a woman of color.
Okay.
You're cool with that?
I mean, yeah, I can just work back up. Like,
no, there's no working back up.
I can pull myself on my bootstraps.
No, there's no working back up.
What do you mean you can't work back up? That's the whole point of conservatism.
I'm gonna keep on taking it from you because that's equity, and you're cool with that.
What? But that's not.
This is equity in practice.
Equity isn't taking. Equity is giving applying the equal standard.
If you give, how do you get? Must take, then you give.
Wait, what do you mean?
That which is given must first be taken.
Well, what's being taken?
But in this case, grades from you to grades to her.
No one's taking my grades though. That's not what affirmative
it's
action
called.
is.
Hold on.
No one takes your grades.
Hold on a second. If you only have so many, positions at University of South Florida to come in, right? There's a set number. Let's say it's 20,000 people, okay? And we're gonna say we're gonna lower the test standards so that somebody that's a woman of color can come in, and therefore it's harder for you. So it's a higher bar for you, lower bar for them. Definitionally, it's a redistribution of test scores to somebody else. Just by definition. And you're okay with that?
Well, I guess I would ask that if we were to do what you're doing, I guess that's what's happening under Trump, right?
Well, no, it's actually been happening the last 3 years.
Okay, actually, yeah, whatever. Okay, so when you say that, if you do that, then black people aren't going to get into school, and then they won't be able to uplift themselves. They won't be able to have prosperous families. They won't be able to, equalize the economic status because we need to give them a little jump start. You know, you have a car, right?
How is that? Well, no, now I know you are.
No.
No, how has that worked the last 40 years? We've had robust affirmative action. We've had hiring practices. Has it made Black America more successful?
I can answer that easily. It's because sorry. It's because sorry. What am I going for?
I don't know.
You're a funny guy. So what happened is even after the Civil Rights Act, you know what? I believe the term is massive resistance. It was a movement after the Brown versus Board of Education in Virginia, where essentially the legislature, which was still white supremacists, which is still extremely racist, they decided that no, we're going to do everything and feasibly possible within our means to stop black people from going to white schools. You even see this in I believe it was the Little Rock Nine, right? Even after it was legalized at the state level, white supremacist mobs still mobilized to prevent it. So even if it de facto it's gone, it still exists.
Let me ask you a very simple question. Yeah. You keep on throwing around.
Got you.
What is racism?
What is racism?
Where would you like to fly to?
It's a very complicated question.
But no, it's not.
I mean, there's a simple answer, and then there's the highly theoretical answer.
Give me the
simple answer would essentially be because we have like different skin colors, and he's treated a different way than me. He has like a different thing than me.
No, but what is racism?
It's discrimination.
Based on the color of skin.
Based on the color of skin, yeah.
Got it, thank you. So isn't it racist then to then penalize white people to come into college or to get jobs based on the color of their skin?
Well, no.
Wouldn't that be racist? So you're arguing for a very racist policy, which is that we should actively discriminate against people based on the color of their skin, which is affirmative action and DEI in practice.
I just disagree with the premise that you can do like anti-white racism because
can you be racist against white people?
No, bro, I'm a cracker, bro. What the f? No, you can't be racist towards white. Bro, there's so many crackers here, bro. There's your clip, bro. There's your clip. What are you gonna do political violence to me, bro? Like, why are you saying that to me? You're making me scared.
So let me tell you what we believe, because you tell us what you believe. Your worldview is indistinguishable from the KKK. That you want to organize the world based on skin color. We want to organize the world based on merit and character, based on how hard you work, what you bring to the table. I believe it's destructive and wrong to say that people are going to be organized or have their future set based on the color of their skin. I think it's tribalistic, I think it's divisive, and I think it hurts the excellence of a country. You asked a question, well, how are we going to help other communities? You know how you help other communities? Stop pandering to.
To help you build your best six-pack, I'll be ranking exercises based on these 5 scientific criteria, and at the end of the video, I'll reveal the single best ab builder. First up, we have the all-time classic, the crunch. Basically the partial range of motion equivalent of its big brother, the sit-up. Now, this is the basic exercise, and it's not great. It's where most people start with their ab training, but it's not the best option for a few reasons. 1. Limited stretch and limited resistance in stretch. 2. Limited loadability. I could dial late, but eventually that becomes real tiresome real fast compared to alternatives. The loadability is even worse when you consider how easy the crunch is. The sit-up is slightly harder, but not by much. That being said, nearly everyone can do this exercise in some form, so at least it's accessible, but it has basically nothing else going for it. So the crunch goes into low C-tier, and the sit-up goes into mid C-tier. There are many better exercises than the traditional crunch and the sit-up, but that's because of anatomy. See, the abs, aka the rectus abdominis, is responsible for spinal flexion primarily, whereas the obliques are primarily responsible for lateral flexion and spinal rotation. Keep that in mind. That informs which exercises are best for stretching the abs under resistance. Keeping with crunches and sit-ups and bodyweight exercises, we have the plank. And the plank might be a worse exercise yet. It's even harder to load unless you have a friend around, which I don't. It doesn't provide a great stretch. You have to do it forever to get close to failure. And there's actually a fair bit of stabilization involved by other muscles that you don't necessarily want to train, but get fatigued anyways, so not ideal. Minimal stretch, hard to load, a lot of stabilization by the muscles. For those reasons, it's pretty much high D tier. Oh, didn't catch you there. See, you can make a plank even worse by adding in a cardio element for no reason. No tension in the stretch, a lot of extra movement for no reason. No real stretch on the abs, not loadable whatsoever. Yeah, low detail. But let's say you're looking for a solid beginner ab exercise with just body weight. What can you really do? Well, the lying leg raise is a pretty solid option. Place your hands under your glutes for some extra stretch, extend your spine for more stretch, lift it up. Fortunately, because of the movement arms involved, at the bottom is where the exercise is hardest. But it gets easier as you lift the legs up. Good stretch emphasis, no other major muscles involved in stabilization. It's a pretty good choice. This one has a big limitation though, and that's loadability. Like many bodyweight movements, you can't really load this one. So unless you find yourself still in your early phases of fitness, this probably won't be challenging enough to push you close to failure within a reasonable number of reps. All that considered, I think low B tier is pretty reasonable. Man, I wish there was a way to make lying leg raises more difficult. And there is, using physics. By grabbing something and increasing the moment arm, and doing some sort of dragon flag candlestick variation, you're able to make the movement much more challenging. And all of a sudden, you have great stretch emphasis, a great amount of loadability. Most people can't do these stricter than me, mind you, I'm not that strong. For many reps, you have a pretty solid movement on your hands. There is a bit more stabilization involved than if you just did a lying leg raise, but overall, that trade-off is well. Worth making. Additional loadability, minor emphasis in stabilization required. Overall, solid A tier, high A tier. Because I'm not that strong, I tuck my legs, get up, and control the eccentric. If you're strong enough, you can get the whole rep properly. The final tip on this exercise, try and extend your spine first as you come down to get a good stretch on your abs on the whole way down. There's another way to make the lying leg raise more challenging, and that's by just turning it 90 degrees and making it hanging instead. And this is not as good of an option as you might think. In fact, I think it's one of the most overrated ab exercises. Why is that? Well, not only am I too tall to do these comfortably in this gym, but also your dead hand actually takes quite a bit of energy to perform. Just try this right now. This is quite unstable and also involves my forearms and lats quite a bit more than usual. Yes, you can use straps and reduce that element to a good extent, but you're also reducing resistance in the stretch. Not only are you getting more fatigue, you're also getting a worse stimulus. At the bottom, it's quite difficult to get into a spinally extended position, and even if I did, there's not really much going on down there. So, stretch emphasis gets worse, stabilization required gets worse. It's probably just a bad movement. Now, what would happen if you combined a lying leg raise with a crunch? Well, you get a V-up, and it's a good alternative to making the leg raise more challenging by just doing candlestick. The V-up keeps the stretch emphasis of the lying leg raise, but simplifies adding weight. Just grab a plate, put it in your hands, and you've got yourself extra resistance. More loadability to an already decent exercise, A tier. And for our final contestant, for ab growth, we have the cable crunch. And I think this might just be the single best ab exercise. You can do it in nearly any gym. You can focus on getting into full spinal extension, which allows you to get a maximum stretch in. It's also plenty loadable, as in, you'll never be able to max out the stack unless you're very strong. You can use straps to make it more comfortable on your little fingers, which is nice. Granted, there is some stabilization required by your lats and even your biceps, but put that aside. You have a really time-efficient option. Plug and play. Plenty of stretch emphasis, plenty of loadability. You can find this in any gym ever, besides maybe open. It's probably the best ab exercise out there. Pro tip, set up the cable to be vertical to top and become more horizontal as you crunch down. This will increase resistance in the stretch and decrease it in a shortened position. A good alternative to cable crunches is the ab wheel rollout. All it takes is an ab wheel or even a barbell with some plates slapped on. This is a surprisingly good choice. While you don't get a maximum stretch at the bottom, you do get plenty of resistance at the bottom, which makes up for a lack of stretch. Now, the obvious downside is there is a fair bit of stabilization required by your triceps and by your lats. And you might also think that loadability is an issue. And yeah, sure, if you're weak like me, you can do them off your knees. But if you're very strong, you can try them off your feet. And then they become ungodly difficult. Next up, we have the machine crunch. And machine crunch is a pretty variable exercise. If you get a nice machine, it can easily turn into an S tier exercise. But get the wrong one, and it turns into a C tier exercise at best. See, most machines don't allow you to get a full stretch and get into full spinal extension. But if you get the right machine, it's actually a great movement. Plenty of stretch, plenty of resistance in the stretch, no major other muscle groups to think about first. It's very time efficient, you just select the weight and get going, and it's even beginner friendly, in that even if you don't have a ton of ab strength relative to your body weight to begin with, you can still try this movement and in all likelihood get a solid ab training stimulus in. For those reasons, I'm going to put the machine crunch into mid A tier. Moving on to oblique training. First, we have Russian twists. And this is one I started out with when I was a beginner. And to be honest, that's all they're really good for. They're just not challenging enough to really do anything. And no matter how much weight you hold, if you've been training for a while, probably not loadable enough to really bother with. Look, if you have the weight at hand to do these, you're probably better off doing the dumbbell side bends I'm about to mention in a second. C tier. D tier. Now, I may not have a rotary torso machine, but you know what I got? This piece of shit. Wood choppers. They're not great. They're like a rotary torso machine with more fatigue from holding the thing with your arms, struggling to get a range of motion. It's just not a great exercise. I think there's almost no worse oblique exercise besides Russian twists. C tier. And now, for what I think might just be the single best oblique exercise. The dumbbell side bend. Not only do you get some oblique training in here, you also get some lower back training in, which most people don't train the lower back, but really should for overall aesthetics. Grab a dumbbell, and then sideways, without moving your hips, all the way down, pause, and come up. It's that simple. You have a dumbbell, they're kettlebell, you can do these. They're loadable, they get a full stretch. What do you want? They're also highly time efficient. You just grab a dumbbell, and you get going. Stabilization required, there's some, but use a strap and all of a sudden your forearms aren't running fatter. It's just a solid exercise. You can do it anywhere, and I think it's S tier for obliques. Yeah, so. What about the rotary torso machine, or the oblique training machine? As you'll notice, there is no B-roll of this, because I don't have one in my commercial gym, and I don't have one in the Wolfpack gym either. Well, the rotary torso machine does train the obliques fairly well. It trains them through spinal rotation. However, it's typically difficult to set up the machine to get a reasonable stretch at the start of the rep. And that final bit of the rep, when you really squeeze your obliques, is actually by far the hardest part. With that being said, they are pretty time efficient in that you just select a weight and get going, they're pretty stable and that no other major muscle groups can give out, but they're just not my top pick compared to something like a dumbbell side bend, which allows you to train your obliques from anywhere in the world as long as you have dumbbells or kettlebells. Compared to most bodyweight options, the rotary torso machine is quite loadable, which is a good thing. For those reasons, the rotary torso machine goes into high beta. Let someone else take care of it. MyAdapt, coach in your pocket. The smartest coach in your pocket on the market right now. I'm telling you now, there is no smarter app out there right now. There's nothing else like it. We've been working on it for 3 years, and it's taking all the latest science on how to build muscle and putting it into an app that costs a fraction of the cost of an actual coach. And it's launching soon. Go to myadapt.com now to register your interest and be notified when it launches and receive both a free trial and a lifetime discount if you choose to sign up. myadapt.com, go check it out. In my opinion, the single most underrated exercise for the abs remains the cable crunch. Now you might be saying, I see plenty of people do the cable crunch in my gym. How is it possibly underrated? Well, if you perform it properly, it becomes much better than you think. I sang all its praises earlier, but that's in the context of doing the movement right. Performed right, you get a great stretch, plenty of resistance in the stretch, no other major muscles that can really give out, accessible in most gyms. It's just a phenomenal exercise. All ab exercises rated. But one clothing brand that is S tier is Rascal Apparel. Buy the fucking clothing! Please, use code WOLF at checkout for 10% off. Honestly, the best clothing I've ever worn. If you'd like me to coach you, consider taking a look at the link above to see what I offer. Dr. Mile Wolf, ab exercises rated. Until next time.
And my source tonight is the Secretary of State, who is in that room today, Marco Rubio. Thank you so much, Secretary Rubio, for being here. We just heard from President Zelensky. He said he does not think that he owes President Trump an apology for what happened inside the Oval Office today. Do you feel otherwise?
I do, because you guys don't see, you guys only saw the end. You saw what happened today. You don't see all the things that led up to this. So let me explain. The president's been very clear. He campaigned on this. He thinks this war should have never started. He believes, and I agree, that had he been president, it never would have happened. Now here we are. He's trying to bring an end to this conflict. We've explained very clearly what our plan is here, which is we want to get the Russians to a negotiating table. We want to explore whether peace is possible. They understand this. They also understand that this agreement that was supposed to be signed today was supposed to be an agreement that binds America economically to Ukraine, which to me, as I've explained, and I think the president alluded to today, is a security guarantee in its own way, because we're involved. It's now us, it's our interests. That was all explained. That was all understood. And nonetheless, for the last 10 days, in every engagement we've had with the Ukrainians, there's been complications in getting that point across, including the public statements that President Zelensky has made. But they insisted on coming to D.C. This agreement could have been signed 5 days ago, but they insisted on coming to Washington, and there was and should have been a very clear understanding. Don't come here and create a such scenario where you're going to start lecturing us about how diplomacy isn't going to work. President Zelensky took it in that direction, and it ended in a predictable outcome as a result. It's unfortunate. That wasn't supposed to be this way, but that's the path he chose, and I think, frankly, sends his country backwards in regards to achieving peace, which is what President Trump wants at the end of the day, is for this war to end. He's been as consistent as anyone can be about what his objective is here.
But what specifically do you want to see President Zelensky apologize for?
Well, apologize for turning this thing into the fiasco for him that it became. There was no need for him to go in there and become antagonistic. Look, this thing went off the rails. You were there, I believe. It went off the rails when he said, let me ask you a question to the vice president. What kind of diplomacy are you talking about? Well, this is a serious thing. I mean, thousands of people have been killed, thousands. And he talks about all these horrible things that have happened to prisoners of war and children, all true, all bad. This is what we're dealing with here. It needs to come to an end. We are trying to bring it to an end. The way you bring it to an end is you get Russia to the table to talk. And he understands that. Attacking Putin, no matter how anyone may feel about him personally, forcing the president into a position where you're trying to goad him into attacking Putin, calling him names, maximalist demands about Russia having to pay for the reconstruction, all the sorts of things that you talk about in a negotiation. Well, when you start talking about that aggressively, and the president's a deal maker, he's made deals his entire life, you're not going to get people to the table. And so you start to perceive that maybe Zelensky doesn't want a peace deal. He says he does, but maybe he doesn't. And that active, open undermining of efforts to bring about peace is deeply frustrating for everyone who's been involved in communications with them leading up to today.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to another video. Today I want to talk to everyone about something. I've been posting content based around WoW Classic, and specifically Season of Discovery and Classic Fresh, the Anniversary Realms, for a little bit over a year now.
Gotta take a shit again. Nope, he's been pouting in his chair.
We've grown a little bit of a following, and we have a good sense of how the community feels. Now,
This guy is still.
I
Oh,
have
that's someone
been
else.
getting tons of comments over the past, I would say, 4 to 5 months. And these comments are all following the same trajectory, the same theme. And I felt like it was time for me to make this video and hope that the Classic WoW dev team sees it and can maybe respond or try and let us know why things are a certain way, right? Seed of Discovery for me has been an absolute blast. I took one phase off. That was the AQ phase. I came back before the Nax phase, and I've been...
Do what? I don't know. I was in the bathroom. He just heard the car door came out.
enjoying it. I think this is actually, in my opinion, the best phase in Season of Discovery since Phase 2. Since we were all the way back in Nomrigun, which I enjoyed that phase a lot as well. This is definitely the best phase since then. I think it's a lot of fun. You know, I'm raid logging Nax now on a couple of alts. It's easy to gear your characters once you are 60 and have some gear to be jumping into raids. It's just a lot of fun, and I think it's in a great spot right now. And there's this big issue that I see where the whole Phase 3 debacle that happened kind of put a bad taste in a lot of players' mouths that may have quit back then. And I think it's kind of hurting the game. I think that more people would enjoy this if they just jumped back in and tried it, but that Phase 3 stigma, I guess, you know, put a bad taste in their mouth and they want nothing to do with it. But the common trend I see across all of the comments on all of my Season of Discovery videos is, why would I come back now if it's ending soon? Right? We know we have some data mines of the Scarlet Enclave, possibly the new raid coming after Naxxramas. Maybe it's a new entire phase. Maybe it's just another piece of content. But I think we've kind of hit this point now where, personally, I think that we need a little bit of transparency, a little bit of information on where this thing is going. I know we've been asking, myself, you know, included, I've been asking since my first interview with the developers over half a year ago, you know, what happens to our Season of Discovery characters after Season of Discovery ends? When is Season of Discovery ending?
Bismarck donuts, because kind just like Boston cream. They're exactly the same, except you get them at Walmart. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Sure. Thanks.
What are the plans? Is the Scarlet Enclave raid real? And if it is that the last phase of Season of Discovery? There's a lot of people over the last 2 months specifically commenting on my videos like, I would come back and play, but if it's going to be ending soon, I see no point. I don't, you know, this, I'm telling you, if you look at my videos and look at the comments of every Season of Discovery video I put out, it is like hundreds of comments of people saying that Season of Discovery is over, Season of Discovery is at its end, why would I come back if it's ending? Like, we need some clarification on this at this point, because I think a lot more people would be playing if we knew, let's say, Season of Discovery was going on for another year, and maybe there was going to be more content after the Scarlet Enclave. Or even just letting people know at this point what is happening to your characters at the end of Season of Discovery, right? This is an MMO at its core. Yes, Season of Discovery is a more endgame focused version of Classic WoW. It doesn't take, you know, days and days and days of playtime to hit cap level and start enjoying the game, but it's still a time investment and a commitment for a lot of people. And I think that not knowing the future of this, not knowing where our characters are going, not knowing when it's going to end, all of that stuff is really keeping Season of Discovery down in that Phase 3 slump at this point in time. It's come back a little bit. It's definitely grown since Phase 3, but we can't seem to get even close to those Phase 2 numbers. And from my personal, you know, perspective on this, a lot of it is because of the uncertainty. It's a seasonal server, which deters a lot of people right off the bat. It's a seasonal server that's been around for a while now that could be near its end, or it could have another entire year worth of content. We have no idea. And if it is ending, we don't even know what's happening to these characters that you're pouring hundreds of hours into. So I think at this point, this video I wanted to serve as kind of a message. You know, I know sometimes the Classic Dev team does see my content, and if you guys are watching, I think it really, and I'm speaking, I guess, on behalf of the community or my community as a whole here, I think we really need some transparency, and we really need some information on where this thing is headed, what's happening to our characters. You know, we've just been told they're going to be in a cool place. Does that mean a Season of Discovery era realm? That'll be cool, I guess, but what happens to that realm when, like, the new season starts or whatever? Though, you know, these characters will be kind of going to waste. Are you going to, like, now that we have Classic Anniversary, the Fresh Realms, are you going to allow us to, you know, transfer these SOD characters into TBC Classic, you know, and kind of just get rid of our runes and overpowered gear and give us like a regular boosted set of gear? I don't know. And if I had this information along with a lot of other people, it would be so much easier to invest more time into this, maybe level more characters, prepare for other things. It's kind of the same situation as when the Fresh Realms launched, in my opinion. I was all gung-ho to level a bunch of hardcore characters and pretty much this entire year make it an entire hardcore journey. Until I realized that we can not transfer from Doomhowl, the hardcore Fresh Realm, to Nightslayer, the PvP Fresh Realm. Most players that I play with, and me personally, I play on PvP realms. So why would I now spend my entire year leveling a bunch of hardcore characters and then transferring them to the PvE realm for them to sit there and rot and die and go nowhere? I will never play them again, right? I thought that was a weird choice. Like, why not just let people have fun? Why not let you level in hardcore, and then if you want to use that character in TBC and play on the PvP server, let it go there? Like, why are those restrictions in place? You know, I would argue that leveling in hardcore is way harder than leveling on a PvP server, so it's not, you know, it's not like an easy workaround to get a 60 on the PvP server. I think it's more of an accomplishment getting to 60 without dying once with over 100 hours playtime than it is to get to 60 on the PvP server getting ganked a couple of times, right? Either way, we're getting sidetracked here. I think it's time. We need some guidance here. We need some information. We need some clarification on things. I think Season of Discovery is in a really good spot, and I think this is the one thing holding it back from kind of having a small explosion again, right? A lot of people are interested right now, especially if a new raid is coming. I think we need information. We need to know if the Scarlet Enclave raid is real, if it is coming. If it is coming, is it the end of Season of Discovery? Is there more content, and what is happening to these characters at the end? What are you going to allow us to do with them before people jump in and invest, you know, 100 plus hours into a character at this point in time at the end of a season? Which I don't know if it's the end. Could be, could not be. But it's a massive question that everyone is asking, and I don't see a reason at this point why we can't just kind of have an answer to this. So yeah, this was my message to the Classic Dev team. You guys have done a fantastic job with Phase 7 and Season of Discovery as a whole. There's been some hiccups, ups and downs, but you guys really have killed it. And if you see this video, yeah, just take this into consideration. Thank you all so much for watching and listening in. I'll see you.
I did that.
Okie dokie.
The fuck did I put it?
far away. I need to get closer. I can't cast that yet.
I'm pretty fucking annoyed. Like, where the fuck is my shit? Bring the bundle of Atal artifacts. Bro, it's not. I don't have it. Like, actually, what the fuck? Where did it go? Did Zygor make me delete that shit? I think it fucking did. Leslie Chapel. So I have to fly all the way to fucking Swamp of Sorrows. What happens when you delete a quest item in WoW Classic by This video is cringe.
Quest items. Quest items deleted.
It's still recharging. It's not ready yet. It's not ready yet. It's still recharging. Killing spree.
Item restoration.
Hello folks, and welcome back to another Wise Game video. In today's video, we're going to be discussing World of Warcraft. We're actually going to be diving deep into and looking at is item restoration. That's right, Blizzard does give us a second chance to get an important item or a piece of gear back in the game.
See, I'm fishing here.
Now, these same steps works for both Classic WoW and Retail WoW at this moment, which is Battle for Azeroth. I know there is nothing that's more than a bummer in World of Warcraft than working for weeks and weeks to get a particular weapon or something very important that's dear to your heart in this game, and to find out that it's either been destroyed, deleted, whatnot, or disenchanted, which is DE'd in the game. That's a very, very sad situation, especially when you put a lot of time into that item. So the first thing you want to do, of course, is check your inventory. If you see that it's not in your inventory, and the next thing you want to check is your character pane to make sure that it is equipped on him or it's not. Next, the next thing I recommend is if you did do a sell to a vendor, it does give you some time. It's not a very long period of time. I don't know exactly how long it is. I would say maybe about a day or so. So if we actually click on I want to browse your goods on this vendor, as long as it's a vendor for your faction, they're going to have the buyback tab at the very bottom. We're going to click on that. But there is a lot of items in the game, and usually the real important items you can't sell to a vendor. The game does that as a precaution so you won't sell something by accident, especially like a quest item. But it is always good to check here. Now mine's blank because I haven't sold anything to a vendor within like a day or so. So now we checked the vendors, we checked our bags, we checked our inventory, and you also want to check your bank, because you could also store most of these items in your bank. So once we see that that item is no longer in any of those areas, that's the next steps we're going to show you now in today's video. So let's get started with World of Warcraft item restoration. Alright, now once we exhausted all other options, we checked all of our inventory, and that item is still not showing up for us. And especially when it comes to quest items, you definitely want to check your bags really thoroughly to make sure that that item's not in there, or open up your quest log and see if an item actually populates that way. So once we found out that this item is still missing, the next steps we're going to want to do is go down and hit the escape key or click on the main menu. It looks like a PC icon down in the bars. We're going to open that up, and in the main menu we're going to click on help. Once we open up this page, just give it a few seconds for this to load. We're now going to click on I would rather categorize this issue. Just click on that hyperlink, and then in here you're going to see in-game issues. Just click on that. In this list right here to the top right, we're going to see items and mail. You're going to click on items and mail. Scroll down the list a bit and hit item restoration. Now, I tried this a few times today before making the video, and for some strange reason, this is not working for me. I even tried it in Battle for Azeroth on my tunes there, and still the same results. I was clicking on it and nothing was happening. Now when I tried this about a week ago, it was working for me. So simply, if this is working for you, just click on this and it should open up an external page now that's going to take you to the World of Warcraft page where you could do the item restore. If that option in the game is not working for you, like it didn't work for myself, this is the other option that we could use to get to that page. So just simply open up your favorite browser and type in something like WoW item restoration, restore, whatever. As long as it's related to WoW, it should take you to these links. At the very top here, we're going to see item restoration, Blizzard Entertainment. We're going to click on that. I will also provide the link to this website in the description panel of today's video. So once we're in here, this is going to give us a rundown of exactly how this is all going to work. So I advise reading this so you understand it. And now this is available only once every 15 days. So you want to make sure that you don't do this on a daily basis where you're accidentally deleting things, disenchanting things, so on and so forth, because you're going to have to wait 15 days once you did your last one to restore those items again. At one time when they first came out with this a couple of years ago, it was every 30 days, but now it's 15. Now another thing I advise doing too is clicking on this little link right here that says check out our support article. We're going to open up that, and that's going to give you more information of how this is all going to work so you can understand it. Now I advise just reading this simply fast, and we already kind of discussed this stuff where it's mainly disenchanted, scrapped items, and all that is mainly in Battle for Azeroth, and all the above is in both games. All the other things, I should say, is in both games. So now let's go back to the start here. Well, actually, we could do it from this page right here. So right here, we're going to see item restoration right on the top. But actually, if we do go back to the main page, let's show it here. Okay, so right here, it says begin item restoration. Once we click on that, now, once we're in this page, what this is going to show you is all the servers that you made characters on. So, both Classic WoW and Retail WoW, they're all going to be in this list. So, here's my main Classic WoW one right down here that shows 4 characters, Earth Fury. And my main one for Battle for Azeroth is Grizzly Hills, which has 9 characters. So, let's click on this one first. Once we click on this, I'm going to go to my highest tune, which is Canton. And we're going to see right here that it says no items on this character are available for restoration. Simply, it's because of that rule that we just read not too long ago, is because I haven't played him since I've been playing Classic WoW. So I haven't gotten any new items on him for like a couple of months at least. So that's the reason why this is showing blank for me. So now what I'm going to do is click on Earth Fury, because that's the one I've been playing on a daily basis. We're going to click on that. We're going to go to my Warlock. He's my highest. And we're going to see now that this is a list of all the goods that I've gotten within that time period. If we now scroll down to the bottom, we're going to see that I have 3 pages worth. So there's 3 pages right there. And that's pretty much it for now. So we could see that this was vended on 1/13/2020. So yeah, it's been a good couple of weeks. And again, here's that link right here if you want to go back and read those rules right up here. Now in the middle here, it's going to let you know what kind of action you took. So we could see that this journal right here, I destroyed it, and it's going to let you know the date, which was 1/25/2020. It's going to let you know next to it what kind of item it is. So this is a quest item. And then this is going to be the final page. So right here again on your top is your character selection. So I got Sabin picked, and you can click on this to change the character. So if you want to go back and do somebody else, you could also do that. And right here is the items that we picked, which we picked 3 items, and we have the option of changing that too. So we could go back, we could take some of these off, we could add more items to it, as long as you do it during this time. And then at the bottom is going to be a breakdown of exactly the items that you're going to be restoring. They're going to send it to you within your in-game mailbox within the game. Now, of course, Blizzard likes to play it safe, just like any huge company, by telling you that it could take up to 24 hours, but usually it's immediately. So as soon as you click the Restore Items button down here, it's going to take place and there's no way of stopping it. Now, I don't really need these items back, but I'm just going to do it for the sake of the video to give you guys a complete video of exactly how all the steps work. And then we're going to go back into the game and take a look at that. But first, I want to go over some real important information first, before you do any of this. You have to make sure that you have those items in your inventory. So say if you DE'd something and it gave you a shard, a particular shard, or something along that nature, you have to make sure that that shard is in your inventory for this to take place, or else it's not going to work. And also, another example is, say if you vended something and that vendor gave you 4 gold for that piece. You have to make sure that you have 4 gold in your inventory to cover the cost of the item restoration. So whatever that disenchant gave you and whatever that vendor gave you, you have to make sure that you have those items or that currency again for this to all take place. And going back to this page, it's going to let you know what that is right down here. See how it says COD, 1 gold, 54 silver, and 82 copper. So it's going to let you know what you need to complete this transaction. Once you've checked your gold to make sure that you have enough and that you have those disenchant mats available, you can now continue with the restore items. So simply all you have to do now is just hit the big blue button called restore items. And there we go. That should be it. Let me see what this is right here. That just takes...
Yeah. It's just so much better. Alright, who am I supposed to talk to? The dude in here, right? I don't have the bag. What do I do? It's in the bank. You motherfucker.
Blood and thunder. For the Horde.
So, where's the closest fucking bank?
Strength and honor. Where would you like to fly to?
Guess it doesn't matter.
To our winner and new Olympia champion,
When do I take my creatine? When do I take my creatine? Technically speaking, by a small fraction, taking it after your workout with carbohydrate in it can open up the whole insulin pathway and the non-insulin pathway, get creatine into your muscles faster and fill them up more by a very small fraction. And there's no acute effect of taking creatine. There's a lot of creatine in pre-workout products. Got to get my creatine in, except creatine loads into your muscles literally over days and weeks. And an acute intake of creatine does nothing to the insides of your muscle. It doesn't boost performance. It doesn't boost anabolism. It does diddly dick. Timing for creatine thus does not really matter. You can take it at any time of the day, and what I would highly recommend to you is to take it at a time of your day that's scheduled in regularly so that you don't forget. If you start missing creatine doses here and there, the intramuscular concentrations will fall, and then you will pay the price for not really using your creatine properly. You have to be consistent when you take your creatine. When do I take my creatine?
Don't you want a better gaming PC that's...
The Island Boys really try to press him for asking a disrespectful question and immediately regretted it.
Ain't nobody gonna try me in real life. It's basically asking for somebody to try you in real life.
But you say what they gotta say.
Yeah.
That's what you say. Let's keep it 100 because we got both of y'all here too. Yeah. So what's going on with the shit that's with you two kissing each other and shit?
Bro, shut your ass up before I break this shit.
Dude, hey, yo, that ass, I would love to see you try that shit. I would love to see you try that shit. Who the fuck are you standing up in front of? Try that shit. You don't have to bring that shit up, bro. I mean, what do you mean not bring it up? That's what no word.
The Island Boys really try to press him for asking a disrespectful question and immediately regretted it.
Ain't nobody gonna...
And for the first time in 8 years, The Rock has entered a match. Rock and Rollins, big smile on the face of Seth Rollins. And for the first time in 8 years, The Rock has entered a match. Rock and Rollins, big.
What does this look like to you?
It's a thumb drive.
Not a thumb drive. So if I open this up, inside of this, you see the SD card in there?
Yeah.
So when this is plugged into a computer, the computer believes that it is a keyboard. So it's an HID device. So when I plug this into any computer, doesn't matter if it's Mac, Linux, Windows, it's gonna not think this is a flash drive, and it's gonna start firing off keystrokes at superhuman speeds. So I have a payload configured on here that will automatically install malware on your computer, dump all the passwords out of your browser, save them to, it's called an FTP file share. It's like a folder on the internet. It saves those passwords and installs the malware so that I can access your computer later, and then I unplug it from your computer, I walk away, and I'm done. You know, if I leave one of these on the ground outside of your office, or I just leave one in the bathroom, and I think, oh, what's on that flash drive? And then before you have a chance to even pull it out, a payload got executed on your computer.
Holy shit. So, alright, so it takes the passwords out of your browser. What if you use...
And puts malware on your computer. What does this look like to you?
It's a thumb drive.
Not a thumb drive. So if I open this up, inside of this, you see the SD card in there?
Yeah.
So when this is plugged into a computer, the computer believes that it is a keyboard. So it's an HID device. So
the sticker. No, that is a big difference.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it? It's not.
Oh. Whoa, that's weird. Is that what normal humans are like?
Can you breathe better?
Yeah, I'm like suffocating on the air. It's too much.
Actually, like take a full breath. Really?
Mm-hmm. So much air.
Well, breathe.
I can feel my air from down here. Wow. The sticker. No.
Addicted to warrior leveling. See, that's how warrior is in classic. Once you feel warrior at endgame, you're like, yeah, I can't go back to playing a mage. Like, really, I'm just gonna be sitting there casting frostbolts. In the time that I've cast one frostbolt, this guy's bloodthirsted, autoed twice, wind furied, whirlwinded, spent all of his rage, gained all of his rage, crit every hit, has recklessness, death wish up, MRP, do it again. Like, it's literally a hero class, man. It's not even close. Addicted to warrior leveling. See, that's how warrior is in classic. Once you feel warrior at endgame, you're like, yeah, I can't go back to playing a mage. Like, really, I'm just gonna be sitting there casting frostbolts. In the time that I've cast one frostbolt, this guy's bloodthirsted.
Dude, this is a horrible gaming experience. How do you live like this?
Well, I don't know, Linus. I don't have time to research upgrades for this thing. Can't you just build me one?
So Amarath was watching a video of me talking about these crazy people, right? And so Amarath was watching my video,
9 times out of 10 figure out.
And so then pretty much Amarath goes and says that the people that are doing that need to go live in LA where the fires are, right? That's pretty much what it is. I'm not really going to repeat this. Now, here's really the big difference between myself and a lot of people that are my detractors, is that I have no problem calling out, saying that that's not a nice thing to say, it's a bad thing to say, you shouldn't say that. And so the big problem that I think a lot of people have with, and again, yeah, we can't incite violence. I have tried to make a conscious effort to not support or promote people that, or promote things that incite active violence, right? And it's a bit much, right? And so anyway, this is the big difference between myself and the people that criticize me, is that the people that criticize me and the people that complain about me all the time like to make excuses for other people that are on their side inciting violence or saying that people should kill themselves or anything like that. Violence is big bad, it is. And so the difference between me is I have no problem saying that that's bad, right? Maybe Amarath has a bad day. I disagree with what her opinion is, but, you know, everybody's going to have whatever opinion they want, right? That's it. That's a straw man? No, it's not. It's not a straw man. When one of their when one of those people, and this is, Hassan also had a lot to chirp about me as well, because he saw this clip and he had to give his take as well. And so it literally is. These people really try hard to justify advocating for violence, doxing, threatening, putting bounties on, and just in general being violent. This is not good. It's not good behavior. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what it is. But some people think that it's okay if they're on, you know, what they would consider the right side of history. So we'll go ahead and we'll watch these clips. Obviously, you know, I take 1 day off. I take 1 day off. And this is what happens.
Natural being part of the deplatforming campaign, etc. I know this is...
Oh my gosh. Huge tornado, northeast of Lincoln, Nebraska. Time is 2:54. Oh my gosh, look at that, the stovepipe. That's a strong tornado. Lots of debris in the air. Lots of debris in the air. Oh, Jesus, be with these people. Oh, just doing a lot of damage.
Can you just hold them up? Sorry. Sorry. Everything's nice. Waits very nice.
Should you build a custom PC or buy one that's pre-built? Well, if you want a powerhouse of a PC but don't know how to build one, then this could be a really great option for you.
This right here is pure hypertrophy. This is how you make all of your games. Progressive underload at best. What's your rep range like 6 to 20 reps?
I don't know, I just do it when I can't be fucked. I train to, what's it called?
Aren't you a coach, bro?
Nah. Oh yeah, I am a coach, so if you want to get bodybuild like me, hit me up, I'll get you bodybuild.
So this right here is pure hypertrophy. This is how you make.
It's too dangerous, man. You know, all last year, I was touring with arguably one of the greatest, if not the greatest living comedian, Chris Rock. Me and him toured all year last year. And right before that tour started, Chris was involved in what we blacks might even consider a goddamn 9/11. Chris got slapped in the face at the Oscars by Will Smith, which was one of the craziest things I'd ever seen. In fact, if you watch it live on television like I did, when it happened, I thought it was fake. I did, and I wasn't sure, so you know what I did? I waited, because unlike you, I know Chris. I waited like 30, 40 minutes, as long as it would take him to get to another party. And I called him on FaceTime, and he picked up. As soon as he picked up, he said, "You was the only nigga I had to answer the phone for." Apparently, Obama and Oprah, everybody had called this nigga to see if everything was all right. And I thought it was fake. I didn't know, so I asked him, I go, well, you know, he said, "What?" I said, "Well, did it hurt?" And he said, "Yes, nigga, it hurt." And then I knew that it was real. And then, and only then, was I offended. And I wasn't just offended that he got slapped. That was only half of it. The real offensive part was that after he slapped him, this nigga Will just sat down and enjoyed the rest of his evening. It was crazy. It was, what the fuck is this? And then all year, we was touring, and I couldn't wait to see what he was gonna say in his special about this slap. And I toured him all year, but the night he taped his special, Chris was one of these guys that's crafty. You never know what he's gonna say until he really says it. So I went to see him tape his special. He taped it right up the street in Baltimore. Now, you guys are from DC, so you know about Baltimore. We all know that through the years, DC has been through some very, very tough times. Sadly, Baltimore is still in a very tough time. Not everybody in the world really can understand the depth of Baltimore. Baltimore is so desperate that Tupac and his mother moved from Baltimore to Oakland for a better life. And Chris Rock went so hard in the paint, and I can't believe he did this. He shocked a Baltimore crowd. I didn't even know that was possible. I started doing comedy around here. Shocked them. And you know what he said that got him? He looked at the crowd, he walked out. I didn't expect him to say this. He looked at the crowd, it was all black, Baltimore black. Even if you rich and black in Baltimore, you know them niggas is traumatized about something. And Chris shocked him, and this is what he said. He went to that crowd. He said, "I refuse to be a victim." And the crowd said, and I was backstage looking like, nigga, watch the tape. I know it's fucked up, but I tell you the truth. You know, everything's funny. Everything's funny till it happens to you. 3 months, a mere 3 months after that terrible attack that Chris Rock endured, I was on stage at the Hollywood Bowl, and a lunatic jumped out of the crowd and attacked me. Now, I gotta tell you, if it happens to you, you don't even know what the fuck is happening. It was like slow motion. I just looked over. I don't know this nigga. And I just looked and said, "Oh my God, I'm being attacked." And this motherfucker was ragged. He jumped at me. He was like, "Ah." I'm old, but I'm fast. I caught this motherfucker's head with my hand and pulled his hoodie over his eyes. I can still feel his head. It's too dangerous, man. You know, all that.
Oh, fuck. Don't tell me. Oh, we gotta kill your priest. You gotta kill your priest now. We just gotta get him out of here. We just gotta get him out of here now. I don't even want to see him. I don't even want to see him. Warlock, you're next. You're next. Hold on now. Yo, the rogue, big peen. The biggest peen I've ever seen. Huge peen. Huge peen. Huge peen. Yeah, sit your ass down. This is our cave. Love you.
Please give me 1 ounce of dopamine in this map. Please give me 1 ounce of dopamine in this map.
So this is the longevity mix. So we took my 100 pills I take every day, and we made it into a drink and 8 pills. So everything from like ultra.
We're the Venture Code guys, and we're here with a champion of Azeroth. And this is Doom or Boom! All right, champion. Will it be the hobgoblin hot dog?
Or the budget beef burger?
Did you say beef?
Yeah, we can't legally call it beef.
And this ain't actually made of hobgoblin either.
So what's it made out of?
I don't know, chicken?
All right then, which one will it be?
I guess the hot dog?
And there you have it. The hot dog gets the boom.
Why did I agree to this?
We're the Ventrico guys, and we're here with a champion of Azeroth. And this is Doom
or Boom.
All right, champion. Will it be the hobgoblin hot dog?
Or the budget beef burger?
Did you say beef?
Yeah, we can't legally call it beef.
And this ain't actually made of hobgoblin either.
So what's it made out of?
I don't know, chicken?
All right then, which one will it
You're telling me that you would rather do this than this. The ratcheting function.
Classic fresh. Wow. Think about it. All the hopes and dreams of a new server, a new realm, you can run it back. You start to think back to the good times, the friends that you made and the fun times that you had. And now you get to relive it, guys. That was me, doing my quests, doing some dungeons as I level up, meeting new people. It was good, but then the reality set in. Banished to LBRS. Time and time again, the same bosses. With each reset asking myself, why am I doing this? Because it's faster, it's easier, it's more optimal. I'm sick, and right here in this moment, I hit 60. Not with a sense of joy and satisfaction, but relief that I don't have to do this dungeon anymore. Next threshold level properly. So I'm level 60. Exquisite. But before the level 60 came, I made a decision. I will be queuing dungeons as Holy Paladin. Now join me in BRD for my quest to acquire a weapon which I need for my Prebis. The Dreadforge Retaliator. It's slow, big damn, crit, all the things that we like as a Paladin. So I've formed a group and I've hit this with a soft hard res. Which means I haven't hard resed it, but I've invited the classes and people in that don't need it, so it's pretty much mine. We have a hunter, mage, boomkin, and a tank. And me, of course, the healer. It starts clean and easy. I buff the boys up, and we just start clearing to the arena. And I await the reveal of the arena boss. Savage Gladiator Chain. I can sense it. Feel it. Gorosh.
Hunter needs that.
It weren't him. He didn't come out. I'm having a good time. I'm pressing my 1, 2, 3. As we're clearing, I received news. AV just came out, and apparently there's characters from SOD in there. And not only that, chronoboons are on the vendor for 20 silver. So I let the group know, we have a little discussion about it, and we decided to port out to try and go in there to, you know, exploit early, exploit often. They closed the queues. 20 minutes has passed, we go back. We keep clearing. Anyway, we get to the Grim Guzzler. Hasn't been any problems so far. I start buying the drinks so we can get through the door. The mage pulls the guy. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, so we kill him. Then the mage AoEs and pulls everything. We wipe. The mage goes offline. The boomy, he goes offline. I get some mates in and the hunter wants to pull. So we do and we wipe. The boys show up. It's looking good. We pull some packs. Then we wipe again. Undon blames Venny for this pull rare, and only until 10 minutes before recording this, I found out he was lying. It was actually him. He pressed multi-shot. You can't trust these hunters, mate. The rest of the run's kind of smooth. I didn't get any loot. And then we entered the Lyceum. This room makes or breaks a group before even reaching the Emperor. One mistake, one bad pull could be the difference between a Wait, Benny's running off from the group. He pulls not 1, but 2 packs, and that grows the fire elemental. He feint deaths, and they all start running towards us. It's overwhelming. I'm low on mana, but we're recovering. We can do this. Another pack pulls. My healing power is just too low. I can't keep everyone up. Dead. Dead. We're wiping. It's done. Venny. Why? Why did you do it, Venny? I light the fire. Yeah, you sure did light the fire. We kill Emperor. The axe drops. Venny takes it. Why do I play this game? Anyway, that's why I'm not playing Ret today. We're playing Holy Paladin. I need to acquire some items today, guys. Mainly the gemstone of Spirestone. This is what we need, okay? Because I need to complete the UBRS key. I currently have 2 out of 3. So I need to get that, and we need to go in UBRS, and we need to start getting our retribution gear, guys. That's the plan. That's what's happening today. Bro, we'll do like 2 or 3 runs. 2 or 3 runs. Oh, actually, I need to quickly go get a mage. Can I buy a few stacks of your finest water, please? How much gold do I give him? How many is he giving me? Oh, a full window? You know what? You can have 5, mate. I shouldn't have gave him 5G. It's just 1G. Wait, what? Wait, people pay 1G for a window? Do you reckon he'll give me it back if I ask? Hey, I accidentally gave you 5G. Hey, guys, look. We got to get the money back.
Did you know you can AFK Bloods and Zaya whilst learning to code in Python? Go to boot.dev. We've known our students to pull it off. Here's how. Monitor 1, code. Monitor 2, level rune crafting. Before you know it, you'll have written
Oh, I did! Oh, legend! Right, time for some healing, guys. Wash streamer? Dude, I know. Mate, I'm feeling a little... Oh, wait. I'm healing the wrong warrior. I've just been kicked. We're gonna die. At went on keyboard. Okay, right. We have to tell a lie there, guys, because that weren't a good look for the beginning of our spam. Right, so I've been in LBRS a lot, and I haven't seen the first gem drop. I'll be blessed. And I hate locks, man. Look at, I just give them my mana, and they just suction it. You liking this intense gameplay right now? You like how I'm passing these hills? Hell yeah. I actually do think healing's kind of like therapeutic in a way. You just stand in there, you're pressing the button, and like bars fill up, you know? It's just nice to look at. I feel like healers get a lot of disrespect, even though like the game revolves around them. I mean, like you have to have a healer. You don't even really need a tank. Like a DPS gimp can just tank. Mate, I am actually... Look, you might want to cry again. I've been kicked. Guys, I swear, lads, my UBRS is not usually like this. It's not usually like this. This isn't me. Bro, I can never tell if, like, a warlock is getting bummed or if he's just sucking his own mana. Bro, can you get these imps off me? I'm very uncomfortable right now. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. How did that happen? Like, how did that happen? How did I pull that? Guys, can we get an instant replay? Wait, what the fuck? They just randomly turned. Wait, was that actually roach aggro? Wait. I'm out of range. Wait, it actually was. Wait, do you see that roach? Wait, it actually was. Wait, what the fuck? I've actually never seen that. Like, personally, I know it happens, but I've never actually seen it. Guys, I swear I'm actually a decent healer. Ooh. Wait, do I need this? I think I need this one. Oh, wait, did the gem drop? Fuck. Let's go, baby. We got the gem, finally. And we got the fucking legs, too. Congrats. Well, now I just need to get the key quest done, which I don't know what I've got to do. I can't remember. And then UBRS time, guys. Exciting. Should I go ret for it, or should I just go holy and then roll on ret gear? What do you think? Yeah, we're in a predicament, guys. I don't have enough weapon skill to go ret. Guys, we might have to just go holy. Actually, no, wait, I've got to go out and speak to the guy for the key. One sec. At last, one among you is worthy of my knowledge. Worry not, I have probed your faults, no harm will come to you. Listen carefully, for the Lord of Blackrock will surely destroy you, should you not be prepared. On the 3 gemstones. Yes, sir. There you go, mate. Travel to Wembley, Dustwater Marsh, find the ancient Drake M. Oh, I remember this quest. Okay, can we be asked to do this right now, or should we go straight undead? Look, lads, let me make it clear. I am not a holy paladin. We're getting ret gear today. I am re-speccing into ret today. We just need some gear first. Maybe we could send an undead first. DPS. We need someone that's not going to sniff our loot, guys. So we need a mage, maybe a hunter. Need 2 mage. Sure. Hey, sorted. Okay, nice, guys. We've got 2 mages incoming. Oh, look at the little mage waddling. Oh, man, he's lagging a storm. Oh, dear. Bro, what is this lag, man? Everyone's teleporting. We need to be careful. Oh, no. I didn't get Holy Wrath, guys. I can't even AoE damn. Fuck, this is like the best dungeon for it. It's time to heal. I'm going to show you some real exciting healing right now. Okay, this is actually kind of a big point. Wait, hold on. All right, guys, I think we're gonna have to run out. This pool's kind of crazy.
I love this dude's videos. He's so
Hi, I'm
funny.
Joe Delaney. Today we're going to talk about what's the fastest way to get to a 10% body fat and still look and feel okay when you get there. But before we start, let's talk about the device you need to have to measure your progress properly.
So this is the Body Pod by Hume, and it's a smart scale, but more accurate, it's a smarter scale. Of course, it tracks your body weight, but it also measures your body composition to, and I quote, medical grade accuracy of 98%. Now, I haven't compared my reading to one from DEXA or hydrostatic weighing, but I think that's the point. These things aren't accessible. One of the reasons this scale is so accurate is because this handle allows it to get measurements from your upper body as well as lower, whereas most smart scales just use your lower body readings to make an approximation. But we know that people do have different fat distribution patterns, so if you want to be accurate, you need to measure both. The scale comes with a free app where you can see a clear breakdown of your metrics right down to measurements for each individual limb, torso, subcutaneous and visceral fat. It's really quite detailed. There's BMR, there's heart rate. I did make a mistake of getting on one day after I'd had a double espresso. I was mildly concerned for my own welfare. That's another story. Actually, that's the end of the story. Anyway, you can see all of those changes over time in these nice charts. There are lots of tracked metrics, but aside from weight, I tend to look mostly at body fat percentage and muscle mass because I want to make sure that when I'm losing weight, it's predominantly fat loss, and when I'm gaining weight, it's predominantly muscle gain. Of course, when you're losing weight, you tend to store less glycogen and water, and that can impact how you look visually, sometimes making it look like you're actually losing muscle when you're not. So it's a good reassurance.
Actually, pretty disappointing. I do have to point out.
Type in Joseph's phone number, and I also don't call them as much either.
It was a pretty disgusting display, having a bunch of influencers taking pictures with these files. I think it's a knee-jerk reaction to point out, you know, commentators who have this opinion just say, "Oh, you're just jealous." I think we all know I wouldn't have been flying to DC for this. But that thing aside, like, this is supposed to be a serious event, you know, serious files. We have real crimes here. I don't think a bunch of influencers getting these files and then taking selfies with them. I think it's a pretty bad unforced error. I mean, freaking nobody's got these files. A sports reporter with less than 100,000 Twitter followers. I know 100,000 Twitter followers is a lot, but that's it. They're not popular on YouTube or any other platform. They have less than 100,000 Twitter followers, and they have the files, and the American public doesn't. I don't care about getting them. I would never have flown there for a publicity stunt. I just want, if you have these documents, okay, you can just release the PDF to the American public. It's now been like 6 hours since this debacle has began, and we now know a little bit more about why these binders, you know, I would say manage your expectations. I will probably go live later if they do share the actual documents, and we'll go through them. But the reality is the FBI has held back thousands of missing documents. They sent what is basically, I'm going to share what Liz Wheeler put out here.
Agents are trying to hide it. Okay, so
I need a target.
This is what's
the only stunt here was what the SDNY pulled. So let's look at.
No. It was a stunt to have a bunch of influencers show up at the White House. I don't care if you want to do that. That's fine, but then just also release the file immediately to the public. Why? So they can release this stuff behind paywalls, so they can grift off of it. I don't think that this. I'm like, look, and I love grifting. I mean, have you gone to Amazon.com and typed in, you know, strawberry coffee and bought my coffee yet? Have you gone to Meta PCs yet? Have you gone to Meta PCs, promo code the quarter, and got your new 50 series? Like, okay, I'm not against grifting. All right. But it's very odd to me that you would do this with this file. You know what I mean? They fumbled the bag, and my sources inside of the Trump administration, I was off the phone with somebody who has sources, so sources of my sources say that they know they fumbled this. Like, they probably thought this was going to be a huge win, and people are like, what's going on?
And let's look in these files. I'm gonna actually turn the camera so you can look in it yourself. I'm gonna show you what's in here. Okay, so this is the Epstein files, phase 1. There's a couple of A, B, C, D. A, I believe, is just the executive summary. Or no, these are the flight logs. B is stuff that's already been released. Again,
the overwhelming majority of it is stuff that's been released.
When you're looking at this and thinking, well, why do we care about things that have already been released? This is the stunt the SDNY was trying to pull on you. They were trying to convince you that you cared about this, that this was...
I don't understand why Kash Patel doesn't just immediately fly to New York and stand there and say, give me the files right now. Or Donald Trump. This is the biggest scandal in American history, in my opinion. And we're trying to get like email exchanges, and we're letting them just send us PDF files and say like, well, this is everything. Oh, it's not everything. Why isn't Kash Patel standing in that building saying, give me everything right now? Everything. And until he gets everything, you don't, I mean, like, this has been fumbled immensely.
This was it. That there was no evidence that would convince you that Jeffrey Epstein was guilty. But if you go to tab C here, this is
awfully
a
redacted.
Rolodex. It's not the client book, and I want to be very clear here. This is not, sorry, this is not the black book. This is not those who Jeffrey Epstein served. This is just his Rolodex. It's just like going to your contacts tab.
So worthless.
And seeing whose phone number you have in your phone. So this is what Jeffrey Epstein had in his phone. And you'll recognize some names as we go through this list. Again, you'll be able to access all of this online. They were scanning these documents in, digitizing them, and they're going to be posting them. The White House is online, so you'll all be able to look at it. There's no drip of information happening here. This was...
Well, there is, because there's a lot more documents that aren't out there, but... You know.
Just...
I'm not trying to dunk on Liz Wheeler here, by the way. I'm just saying they fumbled this bag. Bigly.
This was just the new media. You are the media. That's what Elon Musk says. Well, you are the media, not the mainstream media. So giving the information to the media, to the new media. Alec Baldwin's name, you can see right here. Again, this is not, I don't want to portray this as a client list. This is a Rolodex. This is just his contacts list.
Okay.
You can see who's on this list. There were a couple of other ones when I was looking through this earlier that I saw.
And again, just because he has your phone number, that doesn't mean he was selling you women or young boys or whatever. So, like I said earlier, the Rolodex is irrelevant. So far, this is a massive nothing burger.
We're interesting here. There's even a couple of them that are circled. The redacted portions are just the street addresses and the phone numbers of the people. So, Jean-Jacques Brunel. Yeah, there's Mick Jagger is in here. Senator Edward Kennedy is in here. Jean-Jacques Brunel, this guy was someone who worked with Epstein, and he was found dead in a foreign prison. He was like a French model scout who was found dead in a foreign prison. Naomi Campbell's name is right here. Courtney Love's name you'll find in here a little bit. Tons of Maxwell's. Rupert Murdoch's name is in here. Ethel Kennedy's name is in here. Ivana Trump's name is in here. Michael Jackson's name is in here. Now, many of these, as you know, are already publicly known. This is not the breaking news that you would expect. And again, it's totally fine to feel frustrated by that. But the
Asthma doesn't want you to be the cool mom.
So the way that I would have handled this as somebody with a marketing background, with background in PR, like actual background, is that you don't release this. Because you just say, it's off. We're going to put everyone up in a hotel for the night. We're going to get the actual files, and then we're going to do that. You go out and say, hey, the FBI went rogue. They only gave us a small chunk. We're going to go get everything. You don't release this. This is embarrassing.
Right. It's fine. It's fine to feel frustrated. You should feel frustrated, but the target of your frustration should be the SDNY.
It also seems like all of these influencers were specifically instructed to sweep for Pam Bondi. Nearly every one of these people that got a binder have included some form of statement about, well, how it's not Pam Bondi's fault.
Who tried to gaslight you into thinking that this was it. This was the extent of what the...
I mean, a couple hundred pages from like an international investigation. There should be 10,000 pages
of the evidence against Epstein. That's not the case. So let me turn this. So there's also flight logs in here. And I do think that there is one interesting thing in the flight log. Again, it's not a juicy bombshell, but the name of the pilot that conducted or that flew the plane on all of these flights, it was the same guy, the same pilot. So he saw everything. He saw everything.
Why isn't he being deposed?
He might be an interesting place for this investigation to start. I know he has been. Okay, so this is the redacted stuff. I was told by the Attorney General that the redacted information is the names and addresses of the victims who, of course, were sexually abused.
Sure.
You can see this. And this just goes back to the Rolodex. So that's it. So when you I mean, there's a couple people I want to address online here. Let me turn the phone back around. And if there's anything else anybody wants to see, first of all, it'll be up online. And if it's not already, it'll be up online momentarily.
Why would I want it? It's completely useless.
But a couple of the people who are claiming that this was some kind of stunt, it was a stunt. It was a stunt by the SDNY.
No, it was a stunt by the Trump admin. Total and complete unforced error. It's humiliating. Now, can he redeem? Can he do not redeem it? Can he be redeemed? Yeah, I mean, if they really do release the files tomorrow morning. Now, Pam Bondi has said that her expectation is that she has the files all on her desk by tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. But this is humiliating. Like, nobody knows who these people are. Except for, like, terminally online people. Do you think the average American thinks, wow, Jack Posobiec has the file and he got a free MAGA hat? Wow, a guy named DC Drano. Nobody knows who these people are. And this is the most important investigation cover-up in American history. Now, I'm not saying that you should have given it to Anderson Cooper. But, you know, how about Tucker Carlson? How about James O'Keefe? How about, you know, any other trusted reporters other than just ex-personalities? You know, I don't even know who this woman is or who this woman is. Is that Libs of TikTok? Libs of TikTok has the Epstein files? Is that supposed to be a W? That's embarrassing. And again, like, if you wanted to do this, like, why are these people all smiling? This is terrible. You see, I'm absolutely disgusted by the display. I don't like how they use these influencers like pawns. They definitely were not told the full truth. They shouldn't have done this in a public press release. Lots of odd things this entire day. You know, it was a psyop from the beginning. Can you just imagine how the victims feel seeing all these smiles and laughing at this? Shall we say circus? You know, I don't expect to be blown away. Well, I just showed you. There's nothing. It's a complete nothing burger. You know, upload the PDFs to a government link. Well, here you had Liz Wheeler who basically said it's a complete nothing burger.
It's still recharging.
Big L for Poso, hyping even after the binder, having the binder in hand, saying, hey, we're going to use this to exclusively make money. I don't like that. It should have been available to everybody. And, you know, excuse me if I don't feel, who the hell am I supposed to feel bad for Pam Bondi and Kash Patel? They're the bosses. Then you have the GOP judiciary rickrolling.
Depend on Chevy Certified Service. With Tire Price Match Guarantee, Chevy Certified Service will match the best price on tires designed, engineered, and tested for your Chevy. Chevy Certified Service. Depend on the experts.
Taxes was taxing. Now taxes is relaxing when you file for free.
I can file for free?
TurboTax Free Edition. 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. I can file for free.
Now this is taxes. File for free with TurboTax Free Edition and get the most money back guaranteed.
Is this, are we making jokes about this? Here's your House Judiciary GOP. Tim Young, you rickroll on a serious issue. This is why we lose. Fire whoever thought this was a good idea. You gotta be kidding me. F you guys, seriously. They're just laughing at us. At this point, we were never gonna get the files. I don't even feel like there's any value in going live later. Think of all the coffee I could sell. What am I going to go live and talk about? His Rolodex? Big whoop. That doesn't mean that they committed a crime just because he has the phone numbers. Savannah Hernandez even, by the way, she wasn't caught in any of these selfies, good for her, but she does this whole thing about how Pam Bondi, Pam Bondi tried to do the thing, and it was why are they excusing it? Who else is supposed to do this? Who on earth, who is supposed to be responsible for this? Kash Patel and Pam Bondi. If the FBI didn't give them what they want, why the hell is Kash Patel and Pam Bondi not at that facility getting the files? This is ridiculous. The whole thing is embarrassing from top to bottom. What a disaster. I mean, they have a sports reporter. No disrespect to Emily Austin, okay? No disrespect. You're a sports reporter with 90,000 followers on Twitter, and you have the Epstein files.
I saw y'all on the internet coming for Kash Patel, saying he's day 5.
And they're all sweeping for Kash Patel and Pam Bondi, by the way. If you don't like me saying that, well, that's what they're all doing. They trotted all these influencers to sweep for Pam Bondi and Kash Patel for getting duped by the FBI. There's no reason that they shouldn't be at the FBI's door right now, getting the files and releasing the full, the full documents later tonight. What's this give me till tomorrow nonsense? Absurd. Totally embarrassing.
Why are landlords using these strange pouches to save thousands in rodent damage? Watch what's happening. These amazing pouches are creating an invisible barrier that mice and rats can't cross. Like, they literally turn and run away. So it's completely protecting your property. That's what you're going to notice. Your home becomes totally protected from expensive damage, like overnight. Surprisingly, many people don't realize that rodents cause thousands in property damage before you even spot them. Traditional methods like traps and poisons only catch one mouse at a time, while dozens more keep destroying your home.
Professionals know this. They've been using this plant-powered repellent technology for years. The best part? This same technology is now available to you. The Vamoose pouch is a breakthrough, easy-to-use solution that uses 3 special essential oils to create a scent barrier that's so unbearable to rodents that they physically can't enter your home. While it smells fresh and pleasant to us, mice and rats find it completely intolerable. So it doesn't just help to stop disease spread, it can protect against everything rodents cause. No more risk of electrical fires from chewed wiring, no more contaminated food surfaces, and no more expensive repairs from property damage. Vamoose uses this plant-powered technology that professionals trust, so it's completely safe. Just place a pouch in problem areas, wait 24 hours, and then come back to a space that's totally rodent-free. This is ideal for anyone who wants total protection, whether you're worried about your family's health, preventing fires, or avoiding thousands in property damage. Vamoose has already helped thousands of Americans of all ages to finally live in rodent-free homes.
It does a superb job of getting the mice out of my house, and it gives me a peace of mind.
This stuff actually works. We had a rat problem, put 7 rats in a 4-week period, and still had more getting in. My wife told me to try this stuff, but I thought it'd be a waste of money. She convinced me to try it, and we have not had a rat or mouse in 6 months.
Starting out, the critters...
That spell isn't ready yet.
Alright, you sitting here petting. So much DPS on the table.
can't loot that right now. I can't cast that yet.
No, don't fear them, dude.
It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet.
Polly down.
I can't cast that yet.
Divine shield.
It's too far away. Still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. Still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. Not enough mana. I need more mana. That spell isn't ready yet. Charging. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. It's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. recharging. I don't have a target. I need to target something first. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. My mana is low. It's too far away. That spell isn't ready yet. recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. Charging. I can't attack that.
We may have been suffering a drought, but there's no shortage of meat. Care to browse my goods? Have a good one.
Wow, that didn't get pulled? Crazy. Got pulled that far away though? Fuck.
Hey there, see ya later.
I swear that if Brock Lesnar got into mixed martial arts right out of college, well, went college wrestler, right into training, really learned striking, and learned slowly, like took some small fights.
Like John Jones did.
Yeah, but really learned striking instead of like spending all that time doing WWE, which I'm sure he made a fuckload of money.
Oh, well, yeah.
I mean, good
Way
for
more.
him. That's all great and everything like that. But man, I think he could have been one of the all-time greats. I really do. I swear that if Brock Lesnar got into mixed martial arts right out of college.
Where would you like to fly to? Straight.
I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies were doing to it, so I made my own. Chase and Philly helps my business grow, one hoodie at a time.
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours.
Janet! When's the last time you had a vegetable?
Tuesday.
This exercise will single-handedly turn your biceps from looking like overcooked spaghetti into looking like a monster. The exercise I want to talk about is the barbell curl. This exercise is extremely underrated. You know, you don't really see many people do this exercise in the gym, but that's definitely a mistake. In my experience, this exercise is the key to monster biceps. I know this because in the past I thought my biceps was my worst body part and I couldn't do anything about it. And you are probably thinking the same thing right now. But this all changed once I started experimenting with the barbell curl. I don't wanna say it, but it really did feel like magic. And the reason why goes much deeper than you would initially think. That's why in this video I want to explain to you why and how this exercise will completely change the way you train your biceps, so that you will finally have a biceps that you can be proud of. But it's not all sunshine and rainbows. Some people might call this exercise unoptimal. Just listen to this.
Right away, we can see that tension on the biceps isn't exactly optimal. The hardest part of the range is when the elbow is at 90 degrees, and above that, tension goes down, and below that, tension also goes down until it reaches zero tension at the very bottom. And the very bottom is also when the biceps are most stretched. So this most likely isn't ideal.
You would think that I'm about to go absolutely mad after hearing this. But to your and even my surprise, I 100% agree with what he says. Yeah, that usually doesn't happen, but I'm not here to disagree with every single thing that science says on purpose. Even though it might seem that way sometimes. You know, I have to call spade a spade here. But then that makes you think, why are you saying that the barbell curl is such a great exercise when you just admitted that the exercise is not perfect? That is very simple, my friend. Because sometimes judging exercises goes way beyond stuff like tension or activation. The barbell curl does certain things for you that can't really be quantified. So let me show you what these things are, because then you will fully understand how a quote-unquote unoptimal exercise is one of the best, if not the single best way of growing your biceps. One of the most important things that the barbell curl does for you is how it completely changes your biceps training. Let me explain. Imagine little Timmy that goes to the gym every week. Could you guess what little Timmy does as his first exercise on a Monday? Yes, of course, the first exercise he does on a Monday is the bench press. You and I can definitely agree on this. It has become a little bit of a gym tradition. And when you think about it more, you kind of treat the bench press on a Monday as a big occasion. However, when little Timmy trains biceps, he always does it as the last exercise of his workout. It doesn't feel like a big occasion anymore. It feels more like, let's just get this over with so I can go home. But wait a second, is that possible? Are you doing the same exact thing as little Timmy? Ah, yep, and that's exactly why you need the barbell curl in your routine. The barbell curl transforms biceps training from feeling like the uninteresting thing you have to do at the end of your workout into a big occasion. The same way the bench press, the overhead press or the squat is. Simply put, the barbell curl will make you treat it as a compound exercise. And as I said, the effectiveness of this cannot really be measured in any way. But once you start treating it in the same way you would treat all the other compound lifts, your biceps is going to explode in size. Which also means that you won't do your biceps training at the tail end of your workout. You know, the same way you wouldn't do the bench press as the last exercise of your workout. So I'm gonna say it, you can actually train biceps as the first exercise in your workout. I know, it sounds crazy, but this is exactly how you will build a massive biceps. It has been kind of engraved into people's minds that biceps is something that you only do in the second half of your workout. And to be honest, that's exactly why your biceps is so small. So if your biceps looks like booty cheeks, don't be afraid and put it first in your workout. Just make it into a big occasion, the same way you would make the bench press into a big occasion. It's not a filler at the end of the workout anymore. Now it's the big bicep lift that you give all your undivided attention. But before we continue, let me show you my training plans. All of them were built with the power of the barbell curl in mind. So if you want a training plan that already incorporates this brilliant exercise, take a look at the first link in the description. And now back to the video. The next point I want to talk about is rep ranges. What the barbell curl allows you to do is work in the low rep ranges more effectively. Usually when you do any type of biceps exercise, you are doing sets of 12 plus reps. Because that's usually more beneficial to you, because if you want to use low rep ranges, you need to use heavier weight in order to make it challenging. But the problem with most biceps exercises is that when you use very heavy weight, the exercises just become super awkward to do. That's probably why you have never seen someone do the dumbbell curl in the 5 to 8 rep range, for example, because it would be just super awkward. But with the barbell curl, you can work in the low rep ranges like 8 to 12 or even 5 to 8 if you really want to go for the full compound lift experience.
At T. Rowe Price, we can guide you with the right solutions to help bring your retirement dreams to life. That's the power of curiosity. Better questions, better outcomes. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
I have 12 emails, 30 messages, and a proposal due by 10. How am I already underwater?
I'm in the same boat.
I'm in an actual boat.
And that's because the barbell curl allows you to load the weight much more effectively, while also being way more stable, which also allows you to lift more weight without it getting super awkward. And you best believe that these low rep ranges with heavier weight is exactly what your biceps has been missing. Because that will actually put so much stress on your biceps that it has never experienced before. It will make you actually work your biceps for the first time ever.
Oh my god.
You know, the stuff that you do at the end of the workout for your biceps, where you don't even reach failure, and it all around feels more like you are just juggling around with the dumbbells instead of working your biceps, is exactly why your biceps looks like noodles. And you cannot blame that on genetics. You have been just messing around and that's the result. I personally also have very mediocre biceps genetics, and in the past I have been doing the same exact thing. Just messing around at the end of my workouts and then crying like a baby that my biceps sucks. But once I started to experiment with the barbell curl and getting insanely strong on it, my biceps just blew up. It's just insane how great this exercise is. But we are still not done, there is still more stuff that you need to know about the barbell curl. What inspired me to start experimenting with the barbell curl is when I first saw people competing for the strict curl world record. Because these people have the most insane biceps that you will ever see, so they clearly knew something that most people didn't. And now after years of doing the barbell curl, I can definitely confirm that. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because the curls you saw were strict, which means that while you lift the bar, your glutes and your back have to be touching the wall at all times. If you fail to do that in the competition, the lift will not count. And you should do the same exact thing yourself, even if you are not competing. Put your back and your glutes up against the wall, start curling and make sure that they are touching the wall at all times. This way you can eliminate any possible cheating. This is really important, not because you want to compete in a strict curl competition, but because that's how you get the most out of this exercise. Throughout watching this video, some of you were definitely thinking about one thing in particular. And that is the wrist pain that a lot of people experience when doing the barbell curl, especially with very heavy loads. But don't worry, to solve this problem, simply switch from a barbell to an easy bar. This should get rid of your wrist discomfort. Just keep in mind that if you have never done the barbell curl or the easy bar curl with heavier weight in low rep ranges before, you might experience a little bit of a wrist discomfort either way, because it's just something that your body is not used to. It will start to go away as your body gets used to the movement. I'm saying this because I don't want you to blast yourself right from the get-go. Start slow, and only once you feel more comfortable and you don't experience any pain anymore, then you can add more weight. Remember, this is supposed to be the compound lift for the biceps. And if you did some other compound lift like the squat for the first time, you also wouldn't use a ton of weight just to get instantly crushed. Alright, and now for one of the most important things, for the barbell curl. As I said, we are trying to treat this exercise as a compound lift, which means that this is the place where you really want to make sure that you are tracking your progress. Even just doing one more rep than you did in your last workout is an amazing progress just because of the nature of the exercise. You cannot cheat while doing the exercise, so every single rep is earned, and every additional rep is a huge step forward. So make sure that you write it down so that you know exactly what you need to do in order to beat your performance from your last workout and grow your biceps even more. The barbell curl is just an incredible exercise that just goes under the radar of most of the people. And it's the prime example that something simply cannot be quantified just by doing a scientific study on it. Because what this exercise does goes beyond the exercise itself. It changes your perspective on biceps training, and the value of this cannot be expressed by words, only by results. Hey, you got it, champ. You will get that juicy biceps sooner than you would expect. And in the meantime, you can check out this video to learn some more useful stuff.
What were Hitler's horrific plans if he had beaten the Allies in World War II? Despite the many modern problems of today, the world is a far better place than it would have been under the evil reign of Hitler. The Nazis first wanted to destroy who they deemed as undesirables, including Jews, Gypsies, and Slavs, in order to create so-called living space for the Germans. It is believed Hitler wanted to maintain the British Empire as a seafaring ally, although other accounts suggest that he wanted to enslave and wipe out 80% of the populations of France and England. The Nazis encouraged Aryan women to have many children, with Himmler envisaging a German population of over 300 million by 2000. Africa was to be split in three.
Hey, Robert Hertrick from Shark Tank. I'm a huge fan. Hey, what is your #1 tip for saving money?
Easy. Pay off your credit card debt as soon as possible. And there's actually a way to do that without paying the full amount.
What if I can't afford to pay more every month?
On Easter Sunday 2020, one of the most prolific tornado outbreaks ever recorded would devastate the southeastern United States, producing tornadoes that left a swath of damage from Texas all the way to Maryland. Several of these tornadoes would shatter records and leave everything in their path unrecognizable. This is their story. The month of April is no stranger to severe weather, especially in the southeastern United States. However, conditions in the weeks leading up to April of 2020 would foster an environment capable of unleashing massive devastation. Our story begins over the northern Gulf of Mexico. For weeks, a ridge of high pressure has been cooking the southeast, drastically increasing surface temperatures and creating an unseasonably moist and unstable air mass, ready to rise into powerful thunderstorms. Meanwhile, an upper-level low over the southwestern U.S. is evolving into a negatively tilted shortwave trough. As the trough approaches the southeast, it begins drawing in moist, unstable air northward in the presence of a powerful low-level jet. These ingredients are coming together to create an unstable and highly sheared environment favorable for the formation of intense supercells and tornadoes. The stage is set for a major tornado outbreak. The outbreak would begin in central Texas as the storm system began to move eastward, spawning several brief, weak tornadoes before transitioning to a more linear mode.
I hope your
The
journey
squall
was
line then
successful.
progressed through northern
What knowledge
Louisiana,
did you
spawning
gain
several
from the
embedded
exiled
tornadoes which
Atalai
gradually
in the
increased in
hinterlands?
intensity as the storms tapped into
So we
more
spoke of
unstable air.
Jamalan's prophecy.
2 of these
The
tornadoes would
Atalai's
strike near
spiritual
Monroe,
leader believes
Louisiana,
once
producing
Hakkar returns
EF3
to
damage
Azeroth
before
from the
moving
Nether,
on to the east.
The god will grant the Atalai tribe immortality.
As the storms moved on to the
Foolish
east, a
trickery to
warm
bring
front
about a
lifting north
premature
would significantly
doomsday, if you ask
destabilize
me.
the atmosphere
But you
over
say the
Mississippi
exile
and
spoke of
Alabama,
enchanted
creating
fetishes?
an area of
This
both intense
concerns
wind
me
shear and
greatly.
strong
If
instability,
these are in fact
prompting
the
the Storm
key to
Prediction
the
Center to
Atalai
issue a
ritual which
particularly
caused this
dangerous
mess,
situation
we
tornado
must
watch for the
understand
area,
their intrinsic
anticipating
powers.
several strong tornadoes.
Venture into the temple
atmosphere
and
would not
seize the
disappoint.
fetishes.
By 3:30 p.m., a pair of isolated supercells had developed ahead of the main squall line, and at 3:39 p.m., the lead supercell would produce its first tornado. The tornado began near Jefferson Road and traveled northeast towards the small community of Hope, Mississippi. The twister quickly intensified, reaching EF2 strength as it damaged several homes and trees near Hope. The tornado maintained its intensity as it continued to grow in size before abruptly becoming violent as it completely swept away a well-built home, leaving little debris remaining and bending the anchor bolts that secured the home to its foundation. The twister continued on at EF3 intensity for some time, severely damaging thousands of trees and a few homes as it made its way through a mostly rural area. The tornado then began to slowly weaken before dissipating southwest of Bassfield. The tornado was on the ground for 21 miles and sadly killed 4 people, earning an EF4 rating with estimated peak winds of 170 miles per hour. The parent supercell began to cycle as it continued to the northeast, and at 4:12 p.m., the mesocyclone once again found its way to the ground below. The tornado formed along Bassfield Cemetery Road, inflicting minor tree damage as it neared the outskirts of Bassfield. The tornado began to intensify as it narrowly missed the town just to its southeast, strengthening first to EF2 strength and then EF3 strength as it uprooted trees and swept away a manufactured home. The tornado then became violent as its winds reached EF4 intensity, debarking trees and leaving only the stubs of the largest branches remaining. The now violent wedge tornado began to rapidly expand, and within only a few minutes of its formation was already a mile wide. As the tornado continued on to the northeast, it reached its peak intensity as it obliterated a large, well-built cabin. The cabin was anchor bolted to its foundation and was completely swept away down to the concrete slab. However, damaged surveyors noted some structural defects that led them to apply a high-end EF4 rating. Nearby, a truck was picked up and lofted 300 yards into a field and left mangled beyond recognition. The twister continued on to the northeast, inflicting extreme EF4 damage to hundreds of trees in its wake, completely stripping them of all bark. EF4 damage continued as the tornado rapidly expanded in width, and as it passed between the towns of Seminary and Collins, reached its peak width of 2.25 miles. The storm leveled millions of trees as entire forests were mowed down by the monster tornado. As the storm crossed US 49, several structures sustained severe damage and some were completely swept away. The tornado then crossed into a mostly rural area, continuing to inflict severe tree damage and destroying several mobile homes as it quickly approached the small town of Soso. One of the few known images of the storm would be taken by storm chaser Connor McCrory, showing the enormous wedge tornado passing just to their north as the twister crossed US 84. As the tornado entered Soso, it intensified again as it damaged or destroyed most of the structures on the south side of town, including multiple homes, a church, a convenience store, and a local fire station. After exiting Soso, the twister again entered a more rural area, inflicting widespread EF2 damage to trees and some structures as the tornado neared the small community of Moss. As the tornado entered Moss, it strengthened once again to EF4 intensity as it damaged or destroyed most of the structures in town, with some being reduced to nothing more than piles of rubble. After exiting Moss, the tornado began to gradually weaken as it continued to the northeast, causing EF1 to EF2 damage for the remainder of its life before finally dissipating over the town of Pachuta, sadly taking the lives of 8 people.
With QuickBooks Solopreneur, keep your finances organized year-round. Move from books to taxes seamlessly with visibility into...
The tornado was on the ground for more than an hour and had traveled for 67 miles and reached a peak width of 2.25 miles, the third widest tornado ever documented. The parent storm would cycle and quickly produce another brief EF2 tornado that impacted the towns of Stonewall and Enterprise. However, the day was far from over. Following closely behind the first storm, another powerful supercell produced another tornado at 4:36 p.m. This tornado began near the small town of Topeka and roughly paralleled the first 2 EF4s. It would narrowly miss the towns of Oakvale, Carson, and Collins, and did some minor damage to the town of Stringer. However, thankfully, the tornado mostly tracked over a rural area, resulting in no fatalities despite the storm tracking for 84 miles and inflicting EF3 damage, making this the longest tracked tornado of the outbreak. After the 2 main supercells were absorbed into the squall line, the storms took on a more linear mode with semi-discrete supercells embedded within. These embedded supercells would continue to produce a swath of mostly weaker, short-lived tornadoes as the squall line raced to the east. However, a few of these would be quite strong, including an EF2 that impacted Chatsworth, Georgia, killing 8, and 2 EF3s, one of which would impact the southeastern portions of Chattanooga and sadly killed 2 more. As the 12th moved into the morning hours of the 13th, the parent storm system began to move into the Carolinas. The first significant tornado would touch down at 3:21 a.m. southwest of Seneca, South Carolina. The twister began as an EF0, inflicting light tree damage before rapidly intensifying as it entered Seneca. This tornado would inflict EF3 damage and claim another life before leaving Seneca. Damage here would exceed $100 million. Further to the south, the same line of embedded supercells would produce another swath of significant tornadoes, including several EF3s. One of these tornadoes would spawn in the Savannah River site, narrowly missing several of the decommissioned nuclear reactors and tritium extraction facilities located on site, before directly impacting the small town of Springfield. Another EF3 would form south of Elko and track for 37 miles, claiming 2 more lives, and another would reach EF4 status as it ripped through the rural communities of Estill and Nixville, striking a federal prison and taking 5 more lives. Several weaker tornadoes would develop after this cluster had finished its onslaught. However, thankfully for the devastated communities, the outbreak was finally coming to an end. By the time the 2020 Easter tornado outbreak had finished its rampage, 32 people had lost their lives and hundreds more had been injured, with damage reaching an unbelievable $3 billion, making it, at the time of writing, the second deadliest tornado outbreak of the 2020s, behind only the December 10th, 2021 tornado outbreak. A total of 141 tornadoes were confirmed, with 132 of those occurring in just a 24-hour period. This incredible record is only surpassed by the super outbreaks that occurred on April 3, 1974 and April 27, 2011. The strongest tornado of the outbreak would be rated EF4 with estimated peak winds of 190 miles per hour and reached an unbelievable 2.25 miles wide, the third widest tornado, behind only the Hallam, Nebraska F4 and the 2013 El Reno EF3. However, given how widespread and violent the damage from this tornado was, many might question why this tornado wasn't given a rating of EF5. To help understand why this is the case, I've enlisted the help of my friend and fellow content creator, Ethan Moriarty.
Hello everyone, this is Ethan Moriarty with June 1st Severe Weather Research. I'm a mechanical engineer that analyzes tornado damage in order to better understand tornado dynamics and how structures behave in tornadic environments. Of the nearly 150 tornadoes that touched down in the 2020 Easter outbreak, 13 of which earned a rating of EF3, while another 3 earned the rating of EF4. While the 3 EF4s were undoubtedly very strong tornadoes, some argued that the Bassfield tornado in particular should have earned a rating of EF5. Let's take a closer look at the damage indicator that resulted in the final classification for the tornado. Looking at the images taken by the National Weather Service survey team, this structure was one of the better built homes in the path. Note the properly installed anchor bolts in the foundation. However, while this appears to be a well-built structure for the southeastern United States, the lack of anything beyond toenailing in terms of structural support for the studs tells me that this structure would have not have survived at the 200 mile per hour threshold needed to classify this tornado as an EF5. In fact, the majority of the homes in the US would never survive a 200 mile per hour wind load. Looking back at the EF5s that have occurred in history, most of which occurred in heavily populated areas where there was an abundance of extremely well-built damage indicators. EF5s that didn't hit heavily populated areas struck an industrial-level DI that needed extreme wind loads in order to damage. Even in the EF5s that have occurred throughout history, all of the damage indicators that were actually given a 5 were few and far between. Even though it might be safe to say that the Bassfield tornado is capable of producing EF5 damage, it tracked through rural Mississippi, where there wasn't an abundance of high-level damage indicators that were capable of verifying the 200 mile per hour threshold needed to verify an EF5.
Meet a digital bank account built for businesses like yours. With American Express Business Checking, you'll say goodbye to monthly fees and say hello to 24/7 customer service, a competitive APY, and membership rewards points on eligible business debit card purchases. You can redeem those points for deposits directly into your business checking account or transfer them to select participating travel partners. Access your account online or on the app, so banking has never been easier. American Express Business Checking.
Now at Verizon, get iPhone 16 Pro, iPad, and Apple Watch Series 10, all three on us.
That smoke isn't ready yet. I need to get closer. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That smoke isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. I'm out of range. I can't cast that yet. It's still recharging.
No way! It's only worth that now? What? No. No. That's what? Hold up. How much? Worse is it? Oh, it's quite worse. Damn. What a good find, though. Dude, I never get lucky like that. Bro, who killing all my shit, bruh?
That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging.
What is that? We keep that because I'm pretty sure we need that.
I can't cast that yet. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet.
Bro, what the fuck is going on, man? Ungoro soil, we keep that.
I can't cast that yet.
I ain't trying to fuck with you. I don't wanna fuck with you. We need threshers and trappers.
That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I need to get closer. I can't carry any more of those.
No, they're on the other side. Yeah.
I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging.
Surprised I haven't seen any big dinos yet.
That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. It's too far away. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet.
Ah, fuck me. I don't like this. Oh, I don't like this. Yep.
That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet.
Bro, what is this horse shit? Oh, that's not good. It's actually really bad. Because now he's gonna pull. Motherfucker, dude.
Charging. I can't cast that yet.
Oh, he got in the trap. Definitely fucking under leveled for this shit. So we press on.
Charging.
Brutes are so fucking cringe. The trinket in this game, but alright, I don't want to pull any of this shit. Can I go under here? Something. Two trappers. A bunch of fucking padding mod. Oh my god.
That spell isn't ready yet.
No. Oh.
I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet.
No, bad.
I can't cast that yet. I need more mana.
It worked out. Oh, this sucks. Dude, that hurts, man. This poison? Alright, we're done. Whew. We're done. We run. I need to look up mining nodes. Wow, classic mining nodes. Small thorium vein. I don't think I can loot this yet. 275. Wait, what is my mining? 235, so I can get true silver ore now. Dark iron ore. Thorium ore I cannot get yet. No dark iron was sorry for continuing class.
What? Thanks for your help, adventurer, but I'm afraid I have some bad news. I managed to spy on what Moigan was doing, and he's actually growing the darn things over there. I think the only solution here is to... No, not go talk to him. What are you thinking? The solution is to fight back. We'll need the help of my friend Marvin, who has a workshop in Ratchet. I'm sure he'll be able to create some sort of gadget that will help us.
Almost dinner time. In fact, that's what we're gonna do.
Don't tell us what we're trying to solve it. Don't tell us what we're going to do. Tell him because you're in no position. Remember, you're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good. We're going to feel very good and very strong. You're right now not in a very good position. You allowed yourself to
Hiya! This workshop isn't mine, no. But one day after I finish training, I'm going to be an inventor, just like my hero, Marvin Rivetseeker. You've never heard of him? Well, it just so happens that he left quite some time ago to study some ancient troll ruins he kept talking about. He left in a zeppelin, not quite sure about where exactly he went. Tamarisi, Takaris, Tanaranasani. No, that's not it. Marvin's been gone quite a long time now, adventurer. He went off to Tanaris to study some of the ancient troll ruins. Now, what was it that you said you needed? You're in luck, adventurer. I've been working on some of my own experiments while Marvin's been gone, and one of them is a short-range bug zapper. With just a few adjustments, it should be great for ridding yourself of those blood petal pests. I can let you have one of my zapper prototypes, but you'll still need to collect the fuel. You can get the necessary Atalai haze that the zapper needs in the temple of Atal Hakar. The deep lurkers, murk worms, or oozes are the ones you'll need to get it from.
Weight gain. Now, folks, here's the Paul Zelensky had to show up at the White House wearing a nice suit and tie, remain respectful, be simple, sign the for the place, have a nice lunch with the president afterwards, and go. That's it. That's all he had to do. But guess what? He didn't do that. He decided to disrespect the president, vice president, in the Oval Office, White House, by being in front of the press. And so now negotiations have pretty much fallen. And now we all have a great example.
Bloodseeker. What a huge upgrade.
Even some of the most Zelensky voices in the party are being forced to admit right now that Zelensky has it's undeniable. In fact, take a look at what Senator Lindsey Graham had to say about all of this just yesterday afternoon. Very good move. Somebody asked, am I embarrassed about Trump? I am embarrassed about Trump. I was very proud of taking it. And some part of the but I was also respectful. I don't know if ever do business with Zelensky again. And you know what? Everything he just said is 100%. America's want this deal to take place. We all want this deal to come to an end, but it doesn't seem like Zelensky is on the same.
I think this back is expensive, if I remember correctly.
The idea of what you asked. So the way you asked it is important for what you talk about. So the whole question essentially is, do you support the Russian-Ukraine negotiated peace deal? The vast majority of Americans, I think 78% say that they support this idea versus just 16% opposed. 78% of Americans want this deal with Ukraine. Guess who? Russia. That's what has to happen. But J.D. Vance says that in order to make a peace deal happen with Russia, you have to actually talk to Russia. Zelensky loses his. And so I'm sitting here thinking, how does Zelensky?
This thing's gonna be fucking expensive.
Work? In order to achieve peace, in this case, you're going to have to talk to your enemy. It's quite literally in the open. Now, let's take a look at what Trump's press secretary, Carolyn Leavitt, had to say about this.
That's a huge difference, so I might get the heat or the heart-seeking crossbow.
Unfortunately for Zelensky, I think he was used to recognize the practical reality of this war. It's been going on for years. There's people are dying. On the side, the American people are sick and tired of it. So it's a much different situation for him was years ago and President Trump was today. Well, this is what we are. The cards are not playing. And President Trump's favor is a new leader in the White House. Has much different priorities than the last one. Wants peace. And once again, folks, all of that seems to be true. You know what? Let's have a quick reminder here. The only alternative to Trump's peace negotiations is to continue spending hundreds of billions of dollars on this war and damn hundreds of thousands of men Eastern Europe with the dog. That is the only alternative. That is what happens if Zelensky doesn't get his head off. And as we all just saw with the poll numbers that we just went over a moment ago, Americans are done with this war. We all want bloodshed to stop, and people want our taxpayer money to stop. And so, hey, let's all pray that people just work out this. Of course, I think that's going to be a wrap for this video. This is a heavy one, so it's down in the comments. Let me know what all of this is like. Like I said earlier, it's considered some private mail. It's really doesn't. Thank you all very much. As always, coming to you with a hot, juicy, sensual message. That response, most pleasant, is a prescription drug that could be cancer, typhoid, from a friend of a friend, short first 15 minutes for infection to so, response of the discrete particle, additional postage, those sparks dissolve sometimes. Those sparks, this is really quick. Try it today. Find out if those sparks are prescribed sexual that is ROCO/. Once, and it works pretty fast.
Business. We're built on business banking. Love
Yeah, right. Fucking hot. Holy.
Senior White House correspondent Jackie Heimer joins us live.
Good evening, Brett. No deal, no joint news conference, even though that meeting began.
Oh, it's a dirt sheet.
Minerals still signed as that day for this support. Talks continue with discussions for post-war security guarantees to come later and the policy with Russia. Zelensky or not to Russia. Again, and securing both bond and the battle. Not even a Zelensky's delegation piloted the next meeting outside of frustrated after President Trump told him to leave the White House grounds. White House officials say the Ukrainians begged to reset as Secretary of State Rubio and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz delivered the news. The president posting online, Zelensky disrespected the United States of America in its cherished Oval Office. But that is ready. Peace.
People are very brave. You're either going to make it in or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty.
The talks went off the rails. The Ukrainian ambassador visibly distressed, head in hand, as Zelensky again voiced the need for security guarantees, which were not the minerals deal. The U.S. will reinstate Ukraine's development as a guarantee with double.
Zelensky was right. I urged him to stay on message, be great, be nimble. We'll talk about details of security guarantees later. Keep it up, be constant. It's an absolute utter disaster.
Roach out.
History lesson from Zelensky that Russia has violated past peace agreements without security guarantees.
Greetings, traveler.
You should be thanking the president on it. You see what problems we have.
May the eternal
Actually, when I see the stories and I know what happens is you bring people, you bring them on property in the court.
Democrats citing Zelensky.
This is the dance clown show. It's I see the Secretary of State should have been involved. In this conversation, I voted for him.
Trump holding the line during the lunch met for Zelensky to death.
He either needs to just stay and stuff like that. This is where
social media thing. Congress and to the American people, but that answer to Vice President Vance's command is not enough to reset today. The president now Zelensky won't accept immediate ceasefire. Ukrainian lawmakers are alarmed at
North Carolina. Jackie, thank you. You're pleased. Welcome back. The special report. Here we go. President. That's the guy. Mr. President, thank you for the time today, especially on this day, to continue to do this interview. President Trump said that you disrespected him and the Vice President and all of America in your remarks. Do you think you did? And do you think you owe apology to President Trump?
Thanks so much. First of all, thank you for the invitation to this dialogue. For your conference for all Americans. I'm very thankful to Americans for all your support. You did a lot. I'm thankful to President Trump and Congress, bipartisan support. And I was always very thankful for all our people who have us along from the very beginning, 3 years, who get information, help us to survive. And in many ways, we are strategic partners. And even in such dialogue, and I think we have to be very honest, and we have to be very direct with each other. It's very for us, very necessary to President Trump, and I respect that he wants to finish this war, but nobody wants to finish it because we are in this war, we are in this battle, and for freedom for our lives, to be on the same side, and I hope that the president on our side together with us, and that is very important to stop with that. I heard from President Trump a lot of time that he will stop the war, and I hope he will, and we need to pressure him with Europe and all the funds. And I think this time I need a little bit further to understand where we are. Like, I don't remember exactly, President Reagan said that this is not just an absolute war. Yes, we're speaking about just us. It's not freedom, it's not just about human rights. And that's why I said that I think so. Ceasefire, we broke in 25 times. Ceasefire during all years, every year.
So I'm not hearing from President upon that you owe President apology.
No, I respect the president. Respect America. And we have very important and very important. And I'm not sure that we did something that I think maybe some things we have to discuss out of media with respect to percent or free media, but there are things that we have to understand the position of Ukraine and Ukraine. I think that is most important. Yes, we're partners. We're very close partners. We have to be fair. We have to be very free.
I'm told that you were told multiple times from lawmakers on Capitol Hill and the White House to think today about the economic and then get it signed and let negotiations play out with security guarantees step by step. Is that true?
I said that we have to sign this document and we're ready for this, and this will be the step to security guarantees, but it's not done. I think so. Maybe I don't know something. I don't know something. Yes, and that's why I wanted to share it with the president. I saw to hear it. I didn't say it should. Not here in the plan of the story. And maybe, as I said, maybe it's out of big conversations, but we have to share it. And this is so sensitive. Just a ceasefire without security. It's so sensitive.
I think I want to level a druid next.
And they just want to hear that America on our side and that America will stay with us, not with Russia, with us. That's it. And I'm sure that it will. This is the first step to security guarantees. Europeans, we don't need to lose that. They are allies for the United States. United States is the biggest enabler of support and of peace. But we don't need to lose Europe, and they also want to know next steps. We have to be very open to understand how to stop it.
But do you think the public spent the Oval Office and serve Ukrainians well?
I think good for both sides. Okay, and I will very open, but I can't. How much they do change our Ukrainian attitude to Russia, and I don't want the killers for us. You know, this is very, very clear.
Tank Warrior is better than most DPS classes. That's crazy. I don't know how accurate this is because there's no way you're playing Fire Mage right now.
Ukraine wants peace, and we will have anyway diplomacy. We will have negotiations.
Where would you like to fly to?
So it's not just and lasting peace.
For the whole.
We have to be very strong and then take a long negotiation and peace negotiations. Ukraine and Russia like such peace war and the United States and Europe. That's what I said. So we are ready for peace, but we have to be in a strong position. What does it mean? Just to know that our army is strong, that our partners with us, and that we have security guarantees. Am I not right?
We in the White House today, President Trump said this.
He's looking to go on and fight. He wants to come back right now. I can't do that.
What do you make of that? Go back. Right. Today, Trump peace. And if he had the opportunity to go back to the White House right now, would you do it?
No. First of all, we want peace. That's why I'm the United States. That's why I want to hit President Trump. And thanks for the invitation again. A deal on mineral. It is first step to security guarantees. It's meant for the peace, closer to peace. That's why I'm here.
Really? Killer Druid. Interesting.
Think again, too. I think that's very important to understand what's going on. But I respect my soldiers and our people, our civilians who work and support our war.
What?
Just stop. Nobody will stop because everybody afraid that Putin will come back.
Okay, this is not. Let's go to vanilla.
Just and lasting peace. It's true. We want security guarantees. We raised this topic about NATO. It's me, but not all the countries are on the side. I said, okay, not NATO. Nobody is pushing. If not NATO, let's build NATO in Ukraine. That's my position. Europeans are ready.
Okay.
Contingents on our boots on the ground. United States thinks.
Really? Interesting. Huh.
It became strong again, but they also want to have allies like the United States. And what I said, I just want to understand what it is. It's not my question, Brad. It's the question of our
mentioned when I traveled to the front.
Tank. That's so fucking crazy.
Situation to mark the anniversary of the war, and this is what you told me back then.
Oh my god.
Survived without Congress support. Of course, not all of us. It only trenched for all of us, not only for Ukraine, not only for Ukraine, for all Europe. Halfway.
So the question today is, can Ukraine win this war or hold off Russia without continued U.S. support?
That's why I'm not here. That's why I was thinking about the future negotiation. It will be difficult.
No way, bro.
We can't lose our values, our people can't lose our freedom. Terminal. Russians came to our territory, you know, the Russians came to our houses, and everybody knows, everybody saw the images, a lot of things. They killed so many people just to forget that Putin is great guy. No, without us. Don't want him. That's why we speak about, you know, everybody remembered how it was the first days of the war, how they came. Nobody wants in Ukraine. Yes, of course, nobody will forget it, but nobody wants to have it again. You pay for occupation. That's why when we say nobody, what security guarantees can they have? I'm not pushing, we're not pressure. We're just asking. We're just sharing very clear messages to our friends, to Americans. if you stay with us, thank you so much. Let's do the infrastructure of security. Let's just share with our people. Just with our people that America stay with us. That's great. Because just to share it and to say it, that's all.
How does the war end? That's a real question. A space right now, there is no deal. But getting back on track, I think that we're ready for 50 years.
All right, this is more accurate. This makes sense.
Big army, such big as we have now. This is our army, part of security guarantees. Now we want to just to find a base for our biggest strategic partner, for the United States, or the United States will host where and how the United States will give us security guarantees, what kind of partner, all the rules and regulations.
Oh, I was looking at it wrong.
Yes, Russia, Europeans, United States, and we, four of us. I think this is real.
Interesting. Okay.
It's too long. It's not enough. We don't have enough weapon to push them out, and we don't see now. For now, we don't see a real big use support from the United States. But with all respect, yeah. So for today, we'll be ready with security.
Oh, well, that's depressing.
It's not about I mean, this we are focusing on this war. It's about
That makes sense.
infrastructure of security. And you see that no NATO countries for today, no NATO country under attacks.
Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican from South Carolina, he has been a big proponent of Ukraine and of Ukraine. Said this today.
Yeah, this saw this earlier. I don't think so far.
So he says you can consider resigning. Is that on the table?
I don't know if we have tomorrow or this decision can do only people of Ukraine.
You're not going to step down to do a peace deal.
No, I was almost ready. I'm not sure that is way for this such proposals. But anyway, I always said if the United States will support NATO, so I think that it's enough for Ukraine. So I think I need all of that. And if somebody is not this happy with me, okay, but between us, yes, Americans, for American president, each European country.
Look, if we are to make these new lands ours, then we must have places to rest our battle-weary bodies. Lay your axe by the fire and share the stories of your mighty battles.
Democrats have had the opposite reaction to your policy. Democrats have posted this. What just happened? This was a ambush designed to help a Russian dictator and hurt America's security. Trump has become his lapdog and America's global powers.
What are you looking for?
Like Senator Murphy suggests.
I think it was just a really situation because we were very
because they said we're tenor and tone.
Says it's not about that. It's not about that. It's about powers. We are in the United States. And for example, President or Vice President, senators, doesn't matter. Yes, but if for a couple say that Ukraine was destroyed, that our soldiers run away, that they are not a hero, that Ukraine lost millions of civilians, that his president is dead. You know, what is the reaction? It's not about the reaction. Is where is our friendship between Ukraine and the United States? That's this is building United States. And I just said it. It's not the first time. I said it before, and we had some other conversations, and we had in Munich, I said, please, be courageous. I want to be very polite. I mean, this, be correct with this number. When you say about the number, each person is. When you say about the million of losses, we don't have any million of losses. When you speak about the terrorists, maybe some terrorists, it's not just terrorists. It's people lives, you know. Their fathers, mother, their relatives, grandpa, their daughters, all this. I mean, this during this war, nobody wants to forgive. It's not funny, you know. What detail? This is real life. That's what I said. And when we said it, a lot of my big friends we've been here today in our life.
Look at all these mage boosting fucks.
I think it's not. It's not buffet between partners and friends. That's it.
Charging.
With all respect to Vice President, I mean this. He has his interviews. This is our
behind closed doors. Not, of course. So do you regret that? Are you regretting that?
Yes, I think it wasn't good. I think it wasn't good because we had a lot of different talents. I'm not always open to media, but there are very sensitive things. I just want to be honest, and I just want our partners to understand the situation currently. To understand the correctly, and that's about us. We're not to lose our friendship.
A couple more things. What are the next steps in your mind? Here we are today.
Yeah.
What are the next steps?
I think so. United States wants to use it very much.
I can't cast them yet.
Security guarantees will take this deal and what next steps. Just again to understand what you do during what you don't like. Even sometimes have surprises. It's understandable. Many terrible things this war brought to us, but we don't want any surprises. Yes, that's why we want to be very fair with our partner. I think this was prepared by us during weeks and Israel. I think they have to sign the contract. It's that's it. I don't know where they go to. It depends on the American side.
So the most of them did not have security guarantees listed in it.
It's a part.
The security guarantees?
Is a part in for some function and I think people will be some functions and especially in around that whenever they come it's terrible where we are and I said if you trust me I said because it's not I mean that's fine we respect and we believe we're strong as all the United States but I said that we have more than 20 American companies big companies with their very well we bring again this is even on temporary occupied Putin doesn't matter American European company really doesn't matter just being in a and what I said I think this is great idea it's a great and I think it's look up to make it job to come United States on our side. It's on the other side, he wants to find some way that was put, but he always said, he always said that this through threat, and that's why I think that he's strong. United States is strong. But together in this question,
Seems that way.
very strong to do strong stuff against
Americans are worried about where the money is going. Will there be a very rigorous accounting of where
Elon Musk said that there was going to be
like there is a question about corruption or so
so 100 millions we got during 3 years.
183
Yes. On paper in the documents, yes, but we have it because 67 million kilowatt is getting through the border and it's fixed by everybody, and we share it on us with the American side. And SWAT 1.5, it was direct financial support to the Dutch. Again, it's very open, it's digitalized, it's open, free, and please, if somebody wants to check it again, very open.
last thing, Mr. President. Do you think your relationship with Donald Trump, President Trump, after today, can be salvaged?
Yes, of course, because it's relations more than relations, strong relations between our people. That's why I always began with saying your people, our people. And this is the most important. And of course, thankful to President and of course to Congress, but first of all to your people. Your people save our people. People, of course, human rights. Of course, this is very, very important. And we are thankful because it's true for this. I mean, this, we want it very much to have only strong nations that I'm very confident we will have.
Mr. President, we're honored that you kept this interview. Thank you very much for
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
When we come back, we have a panel for analysis afterwards.
I think that was a great interview. I think that was that was a great interview. And I think honestly, like after this, I feel like the only reason why like more people aren't on his side, one of the big reasons is the language barrier. I think that it can be kind of hard to understand what he's saying, and like the emotion behind what he's saying sometimes is lost. And I think it's like actually like a massive I didn't really notice it because that's why I didn't really put it on a commentary and talk during it. Is because I was just trying to understand what he was trying to say, right? It's mostly language. Yeah, it is. It is mostly language. And so yeah, I need a translator to retard scan and understand logic basically. Well, I think the communicating is logic, right? But I would say this was a very good interview. I think they did a great job with this. It was much better than what I had expected. Oh, here we go. All right. I know. Go on. Great honor.
Today it's my privilege to welcome Prime Minister of a very special
Heart-seeking crossbow. Chance to strike your ranged target with Shadow Bolt. It's cool. It's more agility. Slightly more DPS. It was cheap.
Okay.
Dude, I might play some PD2 while I'm doing this. Get Theo's on.
I feel like my food's gonna be here in a minute. I feel like it's not a bad idea to just take the res and like eat. Oh my.
Bust a nut on that rogue, dude. Not enough mana. God damn. God damn.
Singer Bard build theory for a bit of good old begging. Fizzle Nova OP.
Hi, I'm Joe Delaney. Today we're going to talk about what's the fastest way to get to a 10% body fat and still look and feel okay when you get there. But before we start, let's talk about the device you need to have to measure your progress properly. So this is the BodyPod by Hume, and it's a...
Hey guys, Dark Humility here. You can always catch me at twitch.tv/darkhumility4 6 to 7 days a week. Oh, Diablo 2 action.
I don't like the
P2,
Dark Humility
D2R.
videos.
Hey guys, we are back with another build showcase. We're doing a Singer Barb, Warcry Barb here, and going to be showcasing GG endgame gear and giving you guys a look into what this type of build can do in the upcoming season. This is beta, so things are still subject to change. Without further ado, let's hop into this. So we are going to be getting enough strength in order to wear our gear, nothing into dex. Vitality is going to be maxed with everything else. We'll have pretty much max res here. Our life is very, very massive. And our Warcry damage is about 6,700 without battle command. Our skills that we are going to be using, we have 1 point down at the leap. This is more of a utility skill just to get around. 1 point in the combat masteries here, so combat reflexes, provides max life, increased speed, iron skin, and also natural resistance. And our Warcry. So our bread and butter is Warcry here, and what we're going to be doing is maxing out as much as we can here. So we have maxed out battle command, battle orders, battle cry, 1 point into taunt, and then we threw the rest of our points into howl. Could do shout. You get different percentages here, so whatever works for you works best for you. gear-wise, you have a couple options here. Again, this is beta. We are just trying to do a couple quick builds here to showcase what we have and get out as much content to you guys as possible during this time. We have a Brimstone's Rain. We threw 4 sockets in there, and you have a bunch of SIRs. You don't really need the SIRs. You just really need to get life on kill in order to be able to just teleport in and do whatever you need to do. You can use jewels, 3 life per kill. Pretty standard. The reason why you're using this is you get +4 all skills, and your Warcry is physical, so -16 physical is pretty big. You also get Meteor. You're not really going to do a lot of damage with it, but it's an added effect. You get 75 FCR, so that's really big. You get some life and some fire resistance as well. Here we're using halberds. That gives +2, and then you get a couple more battle orders, battle cry, so you get additional. So we threw Cham in there, 3 sockets. Then we threw some mana per kill in there. Have the Maras. You're using Enigma. You need this for mobility. Occultist for mana pool, FCR, and also for the curse duration. You're using 2 SOJs. We're using an Iraq for the FCR, and also Silkweave, and this will give us our additional mana per kill. We have a Torch. We have an Annie. Just filled out with a bunch of res lifers, and we also have war cries and some physical, so -16 physical is pretty big. You also get Meteor. You're not really going to do a lot of damage with it, but it's an added effect. You get 75 FCR, so that's really big. You get some life and some fire resistance as well. Here we're using halberds. That gives +2, and then you get a couple more battle orders, battle cry, so you get additional. So we threw Cham in there, 3 sockets. Then we threw some mana per kill in there. Have the Maras. You're using Enigma. You need this for mobility. Occultist for mana pool, FCR, and also for the curse duration. You're using 2 SOJs. We're using an Iraq for the FCR, and also Silkweave, and this will give us our additional mana per kill. We have a Torch. We have an Annie. Just filled out with a bunch of res lifers, and we also have war cries and some FHR. The Merc, you can use whatever Merc you want. For me, I like the Holy Freeze, so we're using Doom Act 3 cold, and so you get Prayer, you get Holy Freeze from Doom, and we're using Exile as well, and that gives us our Defiance, so that mixes really well with what we have on a Barb. Using the Griffins just for some FCR to hit that last breakpoint, Atmos, Mage Fist, Iraq, and also Marowalk. On swap, I had a little bit of fun and got some 6-socketed Grandfathers. You don't need these, but they do have +5 to war cries for maximum battle orders, so that's always fun. So we're hopping in. So our Warcry is doing about 7,500 now. We have an immense amount of defense, about 15k max res. We are at 4,000 life and a lot of mana, so you don't really need much.
Are you tired of stuff falling between your armrest and your seat and your vehicle?
Basically, all we're going to do is just
until I get a be okay from my doctor. I appreciate it, homie. I'm gonna game for just a little bit. Playing both WoW and E2 at the same time.
Goes from like Donkey Kong on the fucking check or whatever WWE. Like, no, just believe in yourself, kids. Don't believe in yourself. He has no physical, no physique. He's a very nice guy, but does not have athletic talent. And when he was in the WWE, he was allowed to say, "I'm the fucking man," and throw his arms up in the air. And they had it scripted so that he wasn't. And CM Punk fans get at me and like, look, this is what I do. I understand what I'm talking about, man. I've got a pit bull, and I'm gonna put him in a cage with a puppy. What do you think's gonna happen? Pitbull's gonna kill the puppy. It's not like Brock Lesnar. Like Brock Lesnar came in the UFC. He was a crazy champion as well. Unless he's just a freak athlete. CM Punk is a regular guy. Like he's not. There's nothing freaky about him. He doesn't have crazy power, weird speed. A guy like CM Punk, he didn't have a background, and he tried martial arts when he was like 36. He had no background. He didn't end up even wrestling background. He didn't wrestle. It was all entertainment. Goes from Donkey Kong on the fucking champ or whatever WWE. Just believe in yourself, kids. Don't believe in yourself. He has no physical, no physique. He's a very nice guy, but does not have athletic talent. And when he was in the WWE, he was allowed to say, "I'm the fucking man," and throw his arms in the air. And they had it scripted so that he wasn't. Punk fans getting at me like, look, this is what I do. I understand what I'm talking about, man. I've got a pit bull, and I'm gonna put him in a cage with a puppy. What do you think's gonna happen? Pitbull's gonna kill the puppy. It's not like Brock Lesnar. Like Brock Lesnar came to the UFC. He was a crazy champion as a wrestler. He's a fucking gorilla as a human being. Just a freak athlete. CM Punk is a regular guy. Like he's not. There's nothing freaky about him. He doesn't have crazy
fuck?
I don't have a target. That's still recharging. I can't attack that target.
Ugh.
Can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet.
Could be the last one, I think.
That's still recharging.
Never mind, we got one more.
Can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. I need more mana. That spell isn't ready yet. Not enough mana.
Yo. South, north. Northwest. Then southwest. Okay, after southeast, then it's northwest. It's northwest. Oops. Oh, shit. Fuck it. It worked. Now.
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that. It's too far away. It's still recharging. I'm out of range. That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. It's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. My mana is low. It's still recharging. Not enough mana. It's too far away. cast that yet. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. A feast on your bones. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet.
Nice. Purple bracers. Secret of the circle. Is it an item? Secret of the circle. How can I accept that quest?
That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. It's too far away. That spell isn't ready yet. Still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet.
Can we fucking move all this shit, man? Damn.
I need more mana.
Let's kill the prophet first. Then undead dragon bitch.
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. I need to close. spell isn't ready yet. That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. isn't ready yet. Still charging. I can't gas that yet.
What? 2 minutes? 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 2 min
That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet.
Oh, another one. Nope. Back up. There's another.
I can't cast that yet. My mana is low. Still recharging. Can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet.
Here.
Shield be down. Rise up, Atalai. Rise up! Still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. Charging.
What does that go for? Nah.
isn't ready yet.
Garbage, bro.
I can't cast that yet. I'm out of range. It's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet.
Bro, you don't have to skin every mob, bro. Let's go.
I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I need a target. recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. Not enough mana. That spell isn't ready yet. Still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. recharging.
What? This fucking game pisses me off. So many fucking bugs. Nice.
I can't cast that yet. It's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. The Soul Flayer comes! I can't cast that yet. Let's join us! That spell isn't ready yet. Joy shall live again!
Holy shit. Oh, you missed him.
That spell isn't ready yet. Charging.
I gotta take a piss so bad. I forget how to do this. This is the fucking egg.
I can't cast that yet. It's still charging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. Recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. at something first. Draw closer to your world. Let's keep recharging.
I gotta fucking piss, man.
That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I taste the blood of life. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet.
Bro, what are we doing?
That spell isn't ready yet.
No clue.
I can't cast that yet. Charging.
Someone loot, man. Charging. I can't use that item yet. Fucking fuck, man. So fucking annoying. Bro, are you really gonna fucking skin everything, dude?
That soul isn't ready yet.
Uh-oh.
It's still recharging.
This guy's really starting to piss me off. Just pulling useless shit.
Charging. I'm out of range.
Again?
That spell isn't ready yet. I need to get closer. It's still recharging. It's too far away. can I help you with? May your blades never dull.
I never want to do that dungeon again. Fuck that dungeon.
Brave adventurer, you have proven yourself to be a great champion of the Horde. Now this collection of fetishes of Hakar
Chance when struck
must
in
be dealt
combat
with at
increase
once.
armor.
Where would you like to fly to? Go.
Alright, I gotta get ready.
No worries, baby. What time of year do you think? Well, that's always my favorite. Easy coworker.
I need a target.
Well, I gotta walk all the way back over there. Oh, Helm of Exile. So you get that. Gold, I suppose. Camaretta. Alright, I do believe that's the last. Vein. I can't get that yet. Need 10 more. You know, I could mine here actually. That actually might be smart. I think Hinterlands is a good spot. Could be wrong though. Bro, what? My computer's gonna fucking blow up. What is going on? Jesus, that website just makes my computer go fucking insane. What is that? I guess I have to look that up on my phone so my computer doesn't blow up? Jeez Louise.
I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet.
There's a Mithril Depot. I just need 9 more of you. Is this thing really?
Charging.
Oh my god, bro.
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. I don't have a target.
Eloman. Later. That spell isn't ready yet. Ownage. And still recharging. Double kill.
Is he taking my node? You motherfucker.
Can't you see I'm fishing here? Strength.
NVIDIA RTX 5090. Intel Core Ultra 9.
Cashback on dining, cashback on groceries, cashback on gas. The TD Cash Credit Card lets you customize how you earn cash back so you can earn more. TD Bank, unexpectedly human.
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Should you buy the new Ryzen 9 9950X from AMD? In this video...
Dude, this is a horrible gaming experience. How do you live like this?
Well, I don't know, Linus. I don't have time to research upgrades for this.
In this video, we are going to find out. My name is Matt, I'm a former rocket scientist, and my goal is to help you make the right component choices and put them together the right way every single time. In the UPC FC series, we've been helping you make the right choice by pitting two components against each other in the PC Octagon to see who wins. In this video, our focus will be on the two flagship CPUs, with the newly released AMD Ryzen 9 9950X in the red corner, taking on the Intel Core i9 14900K in the blue corner. In addition to showing you benchmarks across 17 games, I will also show you how to best configure these high core count processors to generate an optimum gaming experience. And if you stick around, I will share with you my pro tips for how to unleash the performance locked inside the new 9950X, something you will definitely not want to miss. It's really not rocket science, so before the main event gets started, let's jump straight into how to best configure these chips for gaming. The two flagship chips from AMD and Intel are stacked with CPU cores. They both have 32 threads, however the Ryzen 9 9950X has 16 traditional cores, while the Intel Core i9 14900K takes a hybrid approach, with 8 performance cores and 16 efficiency cores. These high core counts mean that both chips crush professional workloads that scale well with number of cores. But what about gaming? To properly answer this, we first need to talk a little about the basics of a CPU. A CPU core is a complete independent processor. So, for example, a quad-core CPU effectively has 4 CPUs in it. Today, the term CPU usually refers to the entire CPU package, and core refers to the number of independent processors within that package. The term thread that I mentioned earlier, short for thread of execution, is simply an ordered set of instructions that the CPU processes. If you only have a single CPU core that can process a single thread, then the operating system has to rapidly rotate out which thread the CPU is currently working on. However, if you have multiple CPU cores, you can process multiple threads in parallel, offering true multitasking capability. In addition, multiple CPU cores makes it possible for an application to split itself into multiple threads to more evenly share the load. Tasks such as 3D rendering can be almost perfectly split between as many cores as there is available. But for video games, this split can be a little more challenging. Modern game engines can leverage multiple threads, however, 1 or 2 cores will typically be much more heavily loaded than the others. This chart from AMD illustrates how a game's workload might be spread out in a modern DX12 game. The main core at the top does most of the work, with each core down the line doing progressively less work and carrying less of the total load. Eventually, you might even get to the point where some cores don't participate at all and end up sitting idle. In the discussion of CPU cores and threads, we should also take a moment to talk about hyperthreading. This is Intel's brand name for a technique known as symmetrical multithreading, or SMT, but is often used to describe all SMT regardless of CPU brand. With SMT, each physical core presents as 2 logical cores to the operating system, and each logical core can handle 2 threads at the same time. The total amount of CPU compute available in each core remains the same, but it ensures that the CPU is used more efficiently. When it comes to multi-threaded games, a quad-core CPU with SMT won't perform as well as an 8-core CPU without it. Now, it's interesting to note that Intel is moving away from hyperthreading with their new Core Ultra processors. So how many cores do gamers really need? The popularity of consoles impacts how most modern games are developed and how they will scale on PCs. Both the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series consoles have 8 physical CPU cores. It therefore follows that games developed to run on these consoles would be optimized to take advantage of 8 cores. Unfortunately, most games on PC are multi-platform releases, so while you could get away with a 4-core CPU, a modern CPU with at least 6 cores is preferred, with 8 cores being ideal. Any more than that will likely be overkill unless you're running a lot of background applications that require extra processing power. So are high-end CPUs with more than 8 cores bad for gaming? The best way to answer that question is to run some benchmarks and find out. I selected 5 popular titles to test: Total War Warhammer 3, Cyberpunk 2077, Microsoft Flight Simulator, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, and Black Myth Wukong. In order to answer the question, I had to first figure out how to best configure each CPU. What's interesting with the two flagship CPUs from AMD and Intel is that they are both designed with a primary 8-core package. The 9950X has 2 8-core 16-thread core complex dies, or CCDs, whereas the 14900K has 8 performance cores with 16 threads. So to test if the additional cores are bad for gaming, we can simply disable them. For the 9950X, that means forcing games to use the first CCD, while for the 14900K, that means disabling the E-cores, thereby leaving each CPU with just 8 cores and 16 threads to run the game. For the 9950X, you can force a game to use the first CCD by pressing Ctrl-Alt-Delete and then opening the Task Manager. Once in Task Manager, you need to find the game executable file, which for Total War Warhammer 3 is called warhammer3.exe, and right-click on it. Then select Set Affinity. In the Processor Affinity window that pops up, you need to untick CPUs 31 down to 16, which is CCD1, while leaving CPUs 0 to 15 ticked, which is CCD0. You can then run the game and the game engine will only assign tasks to the selected processors, which now corresponds to the first CCD only. The results are somewhat mixed. For Total War Warhammer 3 and Cyberpunk 2077, there is a significant performance benefit in the average and 1% lows at 1080p, but that diminishes at higher resolutions, with 4K showing better 1% lows at stock conditions. For Microsoft Flight Simulator and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, the benchmarks show a meaningful benefit at all resolutions and game settings if we just use one CCD. However, for Black Myth Wukong, there does not appear to be any meaningful difference between using one or both CCDs. So based on these results, there is definitely some benefit to using only one CCD, but not in all games and not at all resolutions. For the 14900K, you can disable the E-cores in BIOS. For an ASUS motherboard, you can go into the Advanced menu and select CPU configuration. You can then scroll down to the active efficient cores and change it from all to 0. Save and exit, and when you boot into Windows, your system will just be using the 8 performance cores. As was the case with the 9950X, the results are also somewhat mixed. For Total War Warhammer 3, there is a significant benefit in 1% lows at all resolutions, but only a relatively small boost in average FPS at 1080p. For Cyberpunk 2077, there was actually a decrease in 1% lows at all resolutions with the E-cores off, whereas for Microsoft Flight Simulator and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, there was a decrease in performance with the E-cores off at all resolutions. However, for Black Myth Wukong, there was a small benefit to turning the E-cores off for both the 1% lows and average FPS at all resolutions. So again, there is some benefit to turning the E-cores off, but only in a few games. So what should you do if you own a flagship CPU? Unfortunately, the only way to really know which configuration to use is to benchmark your games at the resolutions and game settings that you use. It's time consuming, but it's the only way to really know which option is better. I did this for my entire benchmark suite, and as you can see, the performance was generally better for the 9950X in most games when you assigned affinity to CCD0. However, for the 14900K, the performance was generally better when you left the CPU in its stock conditions with the E-cores on. This makes sense if you're an enthusiast and just gaming, but if you're multitasking while gaming or just an average user, then shutting down cores simply doesn't make much sense. It's too much effort for too little reward. As mentioned earlier, the battle today is between the two flagship CPUs, with the newly released AMD Ryzen 9 9950X in the red corner, taking on the Intel Core i9 14900K in the blue corner. The test systems being used to run the benchmarks are my AMD and Intel OpenBench tables with the following components. For the AMD test platform, for the motherboard we have a Gigabyte X670E Aorus Master. For RAM, we have G-Skill Trident Z5 Neo RGB 32GB of DDR5 6000 at CL32. For the GPU, we have an ASUS ROG Strix GeForce RTX 4090 OC Edition. For the CPU cooler, we have an EVGA CLCX 360mm AIO. For storage, we have a 2TB SK Hynix Platinum P41 NVMe Gen 4 M.2 SSD. And for the PSU, we have an ASUS ROG Thor 1200W Platinum 2 power supply. For the Intel test platform, for the motherboard, we have an ASUS ROG Strix Z790E Gaming Wi-Fi 2. For the RAM, we have Team T-Force Delta RGB 32GB of DDR5 7200 at CL34. For the GPU, we have an ASUS ROG Strix GeForce RTX 4090 OC Edition. For the CPU cooler, we have an ASUS ROG Ryzen 2 360mm AIO. For storage, we have 2TB SK Hynix Platinum P41 NVMe Gen 4 M.2 SSD. And for the PSU, we have an EVGA Supernova 1200P2 1200W Platinum power supply. Affiliate links for all of these components are listed in the description below. All testing was performed with the RTX 4090 at default clocks. The memory for the 9950X was set to Expo, while the memory for the 14900K was set to XMP. To remove bias from the benchmarks, it's important to test both systems at their optimum memory conditions. For the Ryzen 9 9950X, graphics, I decided to stick with 6000 megatransfers per second RAM, primarily because this is the memory speed recommended by AMD and is therefore what most users purchase. For Intel LGA 1700, performance increases with memory speed. However, memory stability becomes an issue at higher speeds, especially with 4DIMM motherboards, and is highly dependent on the quality of the CPU Integrated Memory Controller, or IMC. So to avoid producing results that only a handful of lucky users will be able to achieve, I selected a memory speed of 7200 megatransfers per second for the 14900K. I also ran each CPU at their optimum configuration for each game, as well as applying a number of performance enhancing tweaks, which will be covered in more detail later in the video. In order to thoroughly test the CPUs, I ran the benchmarks at different game settings in addition to different resolutions. To place maximum load on each CPU, I tested at 1080p with low settings, which should allow me to extract max performance from each chip. To create a more balanced CPU-GPU load, I tested at 1440p with medium settings. And to see if each CPU had any impact on GPU performance, I tested at 4K with ultra settings. These resolution setting combinations align well with typical gamer selections, with 1440p medium settings reflecting what most online first-person shooter gamers would likely use to achieve maximum frame rates, whereas 4K ultra settings reflect what most single-player gamers would do with a high-end CPU-GPU combination to extract maximum quality. With the CPUs ready to go, let's check the benchmarks. But before we do, I think it's only appropriate to introduce this the right way. Over to you, Bruce.
And now, it's time! Introducing the components fighting for Blackbird PC Tech Benchmark Supremacy. In the blue corner, we have the champion. In the red corner, we have the challenger. Who will win this battle royale? Stay tuned to find out.
As you can see from the benchmarks, the 9950X performed extremely well relative to the 14900K. So the question that I'm sure many of you are asking is, how do you unlock this performance? As with my previous videos on the 9000 series chips, there are a few important BIOS tweaks that you will need to make in order to unlock the true potential of the 9950X. The first is to enable an all-core undervolt using the curve optimizer option in BIOS. Under settings, select AMD overclocking, click on accept, and then click on Precision Boost Overdrive. In Precision Boost Overdrive, select advanced and then click on curve optimizer. For my 9950X, unlike my 9900X, I selected the per CCD option, and I set a -30 CO for CCD 0 and a -20 CO for CCD 1. I did this because my CPU was unstable with an all-core curve offset of -30 for each CCD. This is a tweak that is heavily dependent on silicon quality, so I highly recommend starting at a lower value for each CCD, say a -10 CO, and then checking your stability with a CPU benchmarking tool like Cinebench or OCCT. If you prefer to do this directly in Windows with Ryzen Master, then you can refer to my recent How to Undervolt a Ryzen 7 7800X3D guide, but either way the results will be the same. The second is to expand the default power limit, which by default sets the TDP to 170 watts. You can do this multiple ways, but an easy way to do this on the Gigabyte X670E Aorus Master is to change the PBO limits option to motherboard, which significantly increases the power limits over default values. The only issue with doing this is that your CPU package temps will routinely go above 90 degrees Celsius under heavy loads. So in order to keep your temperatures in check, I recommend adding a platform thermal throttle limit of 85 degrees Celsius. This will reduce your performance slightly, but it will help prevent excessive and potentially damaging sustained boost behavior. The third important tweak that you should make to help the 9950X take advantage of its new higher power limit is to provide an increase to the max CPU boost clock. For my 9950X, I selected a max CPU boost clock override of +100, which will allow the chip to boost to 5.8 GHz instead of the default 5.7 GHz. I did test higher and lower options, but this seemed to be the sweet spot for this chip in terms of performance uplift. The fourth and final tweak that I made was to optimize the memory subtimings. You can watch someone like BuildZoid on actually hardcore overclocking to learn how to do this manually, but most motherboards now come with automatic memory overclocking options that usually do a decent job. For the Gigabyte X670E Aorus Master that I'm using, there is an option called XMP Expo High Bandwidth Support that when enabled tightens the memory subtimings beyond XMP Expo. In addition, a bonus subtiming tweak that helps boost performance and reduce system latency is to increase the TREF or DRAM refresh interval to 65/535. This will work on any CPU and is a common tweak used by pros to help extract max performance from a system. Once you are done tweaking your system, I would highly recommend running a CPU intensive benchmark like Cinebench or OCCT and running a memory stability tool like Kahoo for 24 hours, just to make sure your system is fully stable. So in summary, the BIOS tweaks that I recommend making to extract max performance from your 9950X, in addition to turning Expo on, are undervolt the CPU using a negative per CCD curve offset. 2. Increase the CPU power limits and set a thermal limit. 3. Increase the max CPU boost clock. And 4. Tighten the memory subtimings. The impact of these tweaks on performance is significant and are summarized in this table. I used Cinebench R24 multi-core as the benchmark, and I turned on each tweak individually so that I could show its impact on performance, starting with the smallest and ending in the largest. When implemented together, the boost in performance is over 10% while maintaining a CPU package temp of only around 86 degrees Celsius, which is impressive. A couple of points to note. The largest increase in performance came from undervolting and tweaking the memory subtype. Good help. In this video, we pitted the two flagship CPUs against each other in the PC Octagon to see who will emerge victorious, with the newly released AMD Ryzen 9 9950X in the red corner, taking on the Intel Core i9 14900K in the blue corner. The round-by-round results show a decisive victory for the 9950X over the 14900K, with 10 wins, 5 losses, and 2 draws across 17 hard-fought rounds. When you look at the performance across 16 games, the average FPS is actually quite close. However, the 9950X offers an increase in 1% lows of over 20% at every resolution, which is significant. This is an interesting result that is similar to the performance generated with the 9900X, suggesting that the 9950X will offer a much higher quality gaming experience. But why are the 9000 series CPUs generating amazing 1% low performance? If we take a deeper look at Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 at 1080p minimum settings, we see a significant performance difference between the two CPUs, with the 9950X generating 37% higher average FPS and a whopping 73% higher 1% lows. To understand why this might be happening, we need to take a deeper look at at the benchmark results themselves. For the 14900K, you can clearly see that the CPU is the bottleneck 99% of the time, which means that the processor performance isn't enough to keep up with the game at these settings. As I explained earlier, this is precisely what we want when testing the relative performance of CPUs. However, when we look at the in-game benchmark data for the 9950X, we see that the CPU is not fully loaded, with the GPU being the bottleneck 25% of the time. This means that the processor performance is so good that even at 1080p minimum settings, the 9950X is able to keep up with the game 25% of the time, thereby shifting the load to the GPU, which in turn results in a significant FPS boost. I tried lowering the render resolution even further, but I was unable to fully load the CPU. It's just that damn good. If we now look at professional workloads such as Blender and 7-zip, the 9950X dominates with advantages of over 25% in Blender and around 14% in 7-zip. This performance advantage is extended further when you take a look at power efficiency, with the 9950X showing just how efficient it is over the 14900K. Hopefully the new Core Ultra processors will yield a much needed improvement in efficiency for Intel when they are released. Given that gaming performance heavily favors the 9950X, what happens when we look at cost? When you add the cost of the CPU and RAM together, the 14900K 7200 combo is actually around $30 cheaper, or approximately 4% less, than a 9950X 6000 combo at the time of filming this video. If you now convert that into gaming value, or FPS per dollar at 1080p, then you get a somewhat mixed result, with the 14900K offering equal value to the 9950X for average FPS, while the 9950X offers significantly better value with respect to 1% lows. It seems that the tables have now been turned on Intel as a result of the recent stability voltage issues, with Intel being forced to lower the price of their processors. It's truly fantastic to see this level of price to performance, even if it was driven by problems at Intel. If you're building a new system, I would, based on these results, strongly recommend the 9950X over the 14900K. The 9950X offers a significant increase in 1% lows, something that every gamer will notice, and offers superior performance in professional workloads, all at a much lower power and temperature. Furthermore, as a result of the flawed reviews from channels like Hardware Unboxed, the 9000 series is not selling well, so we are now seeing significant price cuts, which makes them even better value. It truly is an outstanding chip, something many reviewers still fail to understand or appreciate. The Ryzen 9 9950X ticks all of the boxes and is therefore an easy chip to recommend, especially when you also consider future platform upgradability. This means the pressure is now on Intel to deliver with its new Core Ultra processors, if it hopes to displace the 9950X at the very top of the CPU charts anytime soon. Remember, it's not rocket science, it's Lego. My goal is to help you make the right component choices and put them together the right way every single time. Thank you for watching this video in the Ultimate PC Component Fighting Championship Battle Series. If you enjoyed today's video, please hit the like button and subscribe so you don't miss out on future episodes as other components battle it out in the PC Octagon. And if you would like to support the channel further, please also consider joining our new membership program, which I'm super excited about. Bye for now.
Good news! We have My Best Buy memberships for everyone. See how you can save time, save money, and make the most of your tech with our help. If you're new to the membership game, My Best Buy is a great place to start. You get free shipping with no minimum purchase, and it's completely free to join. Want more? With the My Best Buy Plus membership, you get more savings, more benefits, and more exclusives, like great deals. You'll get exclusive member prices on thousands of items every day. Members also get exclusive access to sales, events, and even products that can be hard to get. With free 2-day shipping, you'll get it fast too. Now that's a big deal. Last but not least, for the ultimate peace of mind, a My Best Buy Total membership is the way to go. You get all the My Best Buy Plus benefits we just talked about and a lot more. Keep your tech running right with protection plans, including AppleCare Plus, on most new purchases up to 2 years while you're a member. And get expert help anytime with 24/7 Geek Squad tech support. That means all your tech, no matter where you bought it. Whether you're looking for special perks, exclusive access, or complete peace of mind, we have My Best Buy memberships for everyone.
I feel like we have a bit of a conundrum happening here when it comes to specifically CPUs.
Time is money, friend.
The confusion is high and the shoehorning is real, if that's even a term to talk about. So today we're going to talk about CPU choices and how to kind of simplify it for you so that you can feel like you're getting the right CPU for your next build, but not feel like you're kind of forced into a certain route.
For those looking for a high-end custom gaming experience, look no further than Falcon Northwest. Falcon Northwest has been building PCs made for gamers for over 30 years with a